adjust my head. I wonder who could have done that. I wonder who would have been so devious. Hey, I wonder who was so devious that they decided to adjust my hat. Definitely not my wife. Definitely couldn't be my wife. Couldn't be management that actually did that. What are we doing? What are we doing? I had to figure out what's happening with Twitch. For some reason, Twitch has been acting kind of funny. All right, we're good though. We're good. All right, guys, welcome in. I hope everyone's having a wonderful morning. I hope everyone, she's not innocent, not at all. Hope everyone's having a wonderful morning. We are here for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. Let me send these out here. Hey guys, if you don't mind, can you share it out to maybe 3 or 4 people most? We don't have to spam share, it's all good, but just a couple of people. Share the live out just to a couple of people. And repost it. Apparently that's like a thing as well. I don't know. Anyway, if you don't mind, send your daily heart. It's only 1 coin. It'll help boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP. Also, we have the daily gift goal, which is the love you so much. We can knock those out a couple of times. It'll help boost the live. So yeah, let's do that. Right? Let's do the things. All right. You're a Trump supporter, get in the box. Exam.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get slapped down. Whether you're left or right
or you don't even vote.
If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Lego.
Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not looking to talk to friendlies and Trump supporters. I'm hoping that we can have a good conversation, right? Because I think that the Trump train is over, right? And I think you guys are willing to agree because he has literally fucked our country over. I think we can agree, right? I think we can all agree. Yeah, go ahead and as a matter of fact, just block that Pat guy because he comes in every day. He follows me. He says the same thing. He comes in. He never comes up. I always mute him and tell him to come up. Just go ahead and block him. It's not worth it. Whatever. Whatever. You can be a coward from outside of the club. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Let's see here. Hi, Black Hole. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay, you have to stop the music. I muted you. Are you a Trump supporter? And if so, you definitely have to turn the music off in the background. Oh, you were waiting for that one. Yeah, that's wild. You didn't even get that one. Like, hey, bud, stop it. Stop it. Have some impulse control. You know what? Don't worry, because I've seen you multiple times, but you gave me the opportunity to actually block you. So instead of actually just dropping you, I'm just gonna block you. You fucking weirdo. You guys are fucking weird. Like, what are we doing? Anyway, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, perfect. And I'm sorry, what can I call you?
TikTok user is good.
I mean, you have like a real name. I'd rather you.
You can call me Bobby.
Person. Bobby, perfect. Bobby, thank you, Bobby. All right, Bobby. Before we get started, quick question: do you know who I am?
You're Santana. You're the king of debates.
I wouldn't say king, but I'm here for it. All right, Bobby, real quick, would you mind if I give you and more so the rest of the chat a proper introduction to who I am and what this is?
You know, well, the answer is obviously going to be yes. I think I've heard it, but it's your live, dude. You do what you got to do. Let's hear it.
Listen, it's like an intro. You got to make sure you do it. 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
But not chapter. I'm sorry.
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are not a Trump supporter, please do not request up. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 25,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll boost the live. With that being said, we have Bobby here. Bobby, help me out, bud, because I think the Trump train is over. I don't necessarily understand at all how you can still support Donald Trump with all like the fucked up shit that he's doing, but maybe you can shine some light on me. How do you still support him today?
Yeah, I mean, I support his general direction for the country. I support, I think, the majority of his policies. I think the country needs major surgery, and I think that whatever he needs to do in order to perform that surgery is okay. So it's kind of like the, if you ever saw when he posted the picture, I think it was, I can't remember the exact quote. I think it's a Napoleon quote. It was like, a man saving his country breaks no laws. And that's kind of how I view Trump. Okay. Listen, so, you know, I normally understand this type of logic for certain people who actually, like if you got behind someone that actually had a plan, right? While I disagree with the premise as far as what Trump is doing and what he can or can't do, like I would understand this if it was someone else, right? Someone else who actually had any semblance of like understanding and a plan. But Donald Trump seems to massively, overwhelmingly fail everything. So how do you square that circle? Did you just say that he basically, you think he's a failure, so why would I support him?
Yeah, like not necessarily why would you support him, because I understand your ideology, but how can you still support him when he's overwhelmingly failed at the things that he is trying to do? I mean, like, let's just take, for example, tariffs. All right, let's talk about tariffs. How do you feel that he's done so far with his tariff proceedings?
I think that he is, I think he's done okay. I mean, I think that kind of in the general sense, the idea is that you use tariffs to bring people to the table to negotiate deals. So tariffs aren't really the end. They're kind of just a means to the end. And so I'm okay with him using them as a weapon. And
see, look, that's fair because a lot of something a lot of people don't understand is like tariff, because people always say, oh, tariffs are bad or tariffs are good. Like tariffs aren't good or bad. They're a tool, right? Literally just a tool.
They're an economic tool. I agree with you.
Exactly. But the way that Donald Trump has implemented, right, there's a couple of failures, whether we talk about the fact that he promised 90 deals in 90 days, and there's been less than 10 actual deals signed as far as agreements due to tariffs. Whether we talk about the market manipulation that has occurred with him being so wishy-washy, I guess you can say, with the tariffs, with taking them on, putting them on, taking them off, putting them on, taking them off. So it lacks the foresight for any type of long-term impacts. But then we also can talk about like the person that actually came up with the tariff policy behind Donald Trump, which is Peter Navarro. Like all of these things lends itself to not being successful. Like there hasn't been any type of company that said, you know what, there's tariffs on this country. We're going to leave this country and come back into the US. So again, I'm trying to understand, where are we if the tariffs that he's utilizing has done nothing but raise prices on Americans?
Well, I think it's obviously kind of a long-term game. I mean, you're talking about supply chains. These things take years to implement, but the first step in terms of like getting people to the table, having discussions about it, letting people know what you want, and then they can let you know what they want. I feel like that's ultimately a positive thing. I mean, I to be honest with you, when people on the left talk about this topic, one of the things that's so shocking to me is that it's incredibly obvious that everybody on the left who is not a fan of Trump, they do this thing all the time. Trump will do a policy or say that he's going to do something, and then they start saying it's a failure immediately. And it's kind of like they're not even aware of the idea that these things take years to implement. Like, so for instance, people are like, prices are going to go up because of tariffs. Well, one, you wouldn't really feel that until probably a year or two down the line. Two, we've had 25% cumulative inflation in the last 5 years. So if you're getting, let's say that the price of things does go up. Well, you've already had that happen for the last 7 years at a pretty insane rate. So it's not like I don't really see like the.
Well, so let me speak to that, right? So I'm not most people on the left. I actually, one of my MBAs, one of my undergrad degree, I was a economic major or minor, and then I was going to become a CPA and all this other stuff. So I have a bit of understanding, more so than the norm. Even if I don't disagree with you as far as like, if Donald Trump had a consistent plan that was actually built out to create some type of long-term success, because to your point, I mean, tariffs do take a while in order to actually see benefits, right? If we're specifically targeting, let's say, like an actual industry, right? Like Joe Biden put tariffs on EVs coming out of Japan to slow the amount of EVs that were coming into the US, so we could have an opportunity to build up the EV industry within the United States. Like, that's an effective way to use tariffs. But Donald Trump, let's address this one at a time as far as like small parts. How can you create any consistency with either the threat of tariffs with negotiating a deal or impacts to an industry if he is constantly putting on or taking off tariffs?
Well, I think it's probably kind of like a game of pressure, essentially. I mean, this is the highest stakes, biggest tables that people are negotiating at in the world. I mean, this is the future of civilizations that we know on the planet exists. So I don't really have an issue with the idea that it could be fluid, or it could be a dynamic situation where the tariffs have to go up or if they have to go down or something has to change. And I don't really think it's like a shameful or a negative thing in general that he's in a situation where he has to be fluid. He has to be dynamic. I mean, it's kind of funny to me because it's really more of the same. It's like people on the left will point to things and say, don't you see how this is bad? But in a general sense, just what they're saying isn't really bad. Like, how can you possibly support him doing tariffs when he puts them on and then he takes them off and then he raises them and then he goes back on his word from 2 weeks ago? And you go, well, he's negotiating with other countries. I'm sure that there's a lot going on. I'm sure there's new information. I'm sure there's developments, and I'm sure that he's probably working his best to stay up to date. I mean, even if you don't like Donald Trump, I can tell you this. There's no one on the planet who doesn't think that ultimately at a negotiation table, he is trying to get the best deal. So
it depends on who he's negotiating with and for.
Sure. And he's the leader of our country. So if he's there negotiating for the U.S., by virtue of that, he's fighting for us. So.
I mean, sometimes he's Israel first. Sometimes he's Russia first. Like, it's a whole thing. But that's going to divert from where we are. But the point that I'm trying to make, right, and again, I'm being really specific because I'm not trying to generalize, and I'm not talking about even being fluid, right? I understand being fluid within negotiations. I understand that there's a give and take. One of my favorite sayings is with a negotiation, if both sides walk away feeling like they didn't get something, then that was a successful negotiation because no one actually, quote unquote, won the negotiation, right? But my point being is, the problem that I have with Donald Trump is the lack of foresight, the lack of planning, the lack of actual intent and follow through. I'll give you another specific example. You talk about like being fluid, and while I agree, Donald Trump had he had tariffs on Switzerland, right? And he met with Switzerland, and they gave him a Rolex and a gold Swiss bar as a gift, and then he. After the meeting with Switzerland, there was no deals. There was no agreement put in place for tariffs or anything like that. But he reduced the amount on for the tariffs for Switzerland. So one can insinuate, since there was no other tangible agreement that came out of the meeting with Switzerland. I mean, now I'll give this caveat. Of course, there could be something super secret on the back end that they're not making public or whatever. But from all the presented information that we know, Donald Trump made the decision to reduce the tariffs on Switzerland after they gave him a gift.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and I have a feeling this conversation, it's going to be more and more and more of this. It's, I would really put this up. It's kind of like the other political party, the Democrats, or the news people that don't like him. He goes to Switzerland. This is the information that they put in the press for everybody to go over. He got a watch. They gave him some gold, and then later he lowered the tariffs. Isn't that a clear case of collusion? They gave a guy who's literally worth billions of dollars a watch that's probably completely, meaningless in terms of value of money to this guy. And then in exchange for the watch, he literally lowered the tariffs on Switzerland. You have to be a true hater of Trump to actually believe this kind of stuff. I mean, and the other part is this. I mean, dude, do you really honestly, seriously believe for one single second that other presidents, when they go to other countries, they don't get gifts? They're probably just not reported. Seriously. I mean, but Trump gets the worst of the news media. The fear mongering around everything that he does with the media is insane. And it's kind of like this. You can either see through it or you don't see through it. And if you don't see through it, you will live your life for the next 3 years being completely outraged every day.
Okay.
Because every time that he takes a piss, somebody's going to have something to say about it. Or you can just kind of see through it and go, hey, this is obviously politics. It's partisan. It's a bunch of dumb shit.
So I want you to go back, because now it seems like, again, you're kind of obfuscating the point, and I want to be really specific about what I said, because I think this is a very direct point. And while I do agree with you, right? I mean, I'm not ignorant to the fact that Donald Trump is someone that moves the needle, and either you love him or you hate him. And he's someone that within media, you can sit here and say like, hey, this is the worst thing in the world, or hey, this is the best thing in the world. I'm not being oblivious of that. I'm also not being hyperbolic, right? I laid the facts out as I could see them, in the sense that there were no other tangible negotiations that came out of the meeting with Donald Trump in Switzerland. And like I said, now, outside of it being some type of secret information that they're unwilling to share, which I can accept that, right? I mean, if Trump would have been like, yeah, we're working through some, X, Y, or Z or whatever, we can't really put it out there, then that's a little bit different, right? But the thing that I'm saying, and landing out flat, Bobby, and I would really like your perspective, knowing that the only thing that we know is that there were tariffs on Switzerland before, they had a meeting, Donald Trump got a Rolex and a Swiss gold bar, and then after the meeting, there were no type of agreements for any plans, or like even he didn't announce, like, how he has the whole things like, oh, they're investing X, Y, or Z into the country. Like none of that happened.
Is the question just, do I think it's corruption, or do I think it's...
No, I mean, how do you assess the situation, understanding that there was nothing else tangible that came out of the meeting outside of Trump receiving gifts?
Sure, yeah, I mean, well, so how I assess the situation is this. I believe one of two things. So there's what I'm hearing, what other people's positions are, and that would be essentially your position. I'm having someone else tell me the position that it appears to be government corruption, or he's accepting gifts in exchange for friendlier policy toward other countries trade-wise. Mm-hmm. So that would be the position that I'm hearing. And then the position that I'm kind of thinking in my own brain goes something like this. He's negotiating with essentially the entire world currently on tariffs and on the future of trade for the world. Mm-hmm. It could be possible, maybe, that he's moving tariffs up and down, or trying to appear some kind of way, appear friendlier to a country. Maybe he wants to make another country think that Switzerland's getting a great deal, or maybe somehow it's a negotiation tactic. I'm sure there's a lot of things going on. I've got a desk job. This is the president of the United States. So I'm probably not just going to automatically accept what people give me, which is, hey, this is pure corruption and this needs to be rooted out. I'm probably going to, wait and see how this plays out. I mean, ultimately, the give here, what he's getting, a Rolex, my issue with the whole thing is just logic. He's a billionaire who's a president of the country. So giving him a Rolex is kind of like me giving my buddy a beer out of my 30 pack, right? It's not really giving him a lot. And so I don't really believe that Donald Trump is so selfish or so dumb that he would take something that he could buy $1 million over just to give friendlier trade to another country.
Ableist. So if you don't mind, let's stay away from the DMUB word, please. I'm sorry.
What was the word I said?
DUMB, that's a ableist term. We want to stay away from that, but go ahead and finish your point.
Sure. So I don't think that he's so foolish that he would literally publicly accept a Rolex in terms or in trade for friendlier trade with another country. I think that, anyone who believes that, you're kind of assuming that Donald Trump is the most foolish, most obviously, cartoonishly open, corrupt person on the planet. Mm-hmm. And I really don't believe that. So,
okay. So I think this is the point that you're missing, right? And it's more so about your, like in a normal situation, again, I would agree. But Donald Trump has shown himself to be someone of, as long as you're flattering him, he's willing to put his best foot forward and whatever the case may be. I'll give you a great example, right? The way that he talked about Zoran Mandani, right? He's a communist. He's the worst. He's this. He's that. Da 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 da. And then Zoran Mandani shows up at the White House and schmoozes him a little bit, and then immediately Donald Trump is like all for Zoran Mandani. I'll give you another example. Donald Trump was talking about there was a reporter brought up questions like, "Hey, are you going to pardon Diddy?" And Donald Trump was like, "Oh, well, I don't know. It's something I have to think about. Like me and him used to have a good relationship, but then I heard that he doesn't like Trump anymore. So I don't know. I'm not sure if, he's really a Trump guy." And it shoots at the heart that if you are someone that's willing to flatter him or be kind towards him, then he'll show favor. Right. So it's not about.
I think humans are that way in nature, though. I think that's a.
Sure. But let me finish my point. It's not at the point of like you are giving something that's equivalent to. I mean, Donald Trump has enriched himself, over $5 billion since coming back in office. So when it comes to the grand scheme of the cost of the Rolex and the cost of the gold bar, I mean, yes, you have a point. But to him, his ego and flattery is more beneficial than any type of money that people can give him at this point. But I guess I want to be really specific. So you're not saying that, you're basically saying like you have faith that there are some type of actual proceedings happening, and you have faith and confidence in what they're doing, and that's why you're not being like reactionary to things not happening quickly. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, in a short way of putting it, yes. But I would also, I'd give you a little bit of context. I feel like, I've seen the clips of Trump going back into like the 90s, and him talking about the state of the country and the economy. And you can go back and find the interviews, and if you put them together, it's, like he basically is saying publicly for 20 years that the economy for poor people is getting terrible, and he's in the business of like hotels and casinos and stuff like this. And he, if you watch him, you get the sense that he genuinely takes an issue with the idea that America is economically getting worse for lower and middle income class people, even though he is a billionaire. And I know that that's ironic, but I do think that this is true. So it's kind of like when people are telling me, they're like, for instance, the Rolex in Switzerland story, you have to assume a lot of intent here. You have to assume that, like Trump would accept a Rolex publicly in return for obviously corrupt and favorable policy toward another country.
Well, I don't think you have to assume that when Donald Trump is actually openly
trying to do a good job.
Wait, I think that's not true. You don't have to assume that when Donald Trump has openly said in person, like, hey, not only did he get impeached his first term for a quid pro quo, but even this term, he's told like companies like, hey, if you give us a share of your company, I'll approve these merger deals. I'll approve these acquisitions. So on an open level, he's actually been one who has said, like, if you do this, I'll do that. So I don't think that's a large leap at all.
Well, this is actually a really interesting topic. And I think that this is like a far more intriguing topic than, the general stuff with Trump, like accepting a Rolex or whatever. Like one thing that I am totally intrigued by is he is taking ownership. The federal government is taking ownership of some of these massive companies that are centered around AI and technology. And I think some of them are even around like metals, like resources from the ground. And it's super interesting because it seems like very quietly Trump is actually doing something that I think a lot of people on the right would be really, really opposed to, which is he's going to socialize a massive part of our economy. He's essentially going to socialize any of the markets that have anything to do with trade, other countries, national security. He's going to put them essentially under the control of the federal government. So, I personally am probably not a big fan of that, because I think that the government is insanely corrupt. Like, I think that there's just so much corruption that it's a bad idea in the first place. But it's a very interesting concept, and that's the road that we're going down. That's not something that I voted for, by the way. That's just something that kind of came with him this term. It wasn't something he ran on or anything.
Sure. And so just to be specific, like that's not socializing it. And I get what you're saying as far as like government control and having stakes within these companies. I mean, socialism is where the workers share in the ownership of the means of production. And so unless even though if the government gets involved, unless like United States citizens somehow starts getting like direct dividend payouts from these
we might
companies.
Disagree on how socialism is implemented or the practical implementation of it. But I think that we agree on the concept here.
Yeah, I mean, there's something, but the point that I'm trying to get across is, I do think that a lot of people would on the right would disagree if they understood. But let's take a whole step back, right? I'm still on these terrorist things, and I don't want to let them go just yet. The premise behind what you're saying is that you have faith, and I'm trying to understand why you have faith in even the tariff policy. Quick thought experiment. Do you know who, what's that? Ron Vera. Do you know who Ron Vera is?
No, I'm not familiar with the name.
Okay. So Ron Vera is an economist who has championed the idea of the blanket tariff policy that's currently being used by the Trump administration. He's actually someone who has been out loud and proud saying, like, this is the way that you should go about handling these other countries. You need to put retaliatory tariffs on everyone across the board and force them to the table for negotiation. So that's been Ron Vera.
Okay.
Do you know who Peter Navarro is? Oh, Bobby, you are out of the app. I can't hear you while you're out of the app.
I had my bad. I got a battery notification. I'm not. I've heard the name Peter Navarro. I'm not familiar with these.
Okay. Peter Navarro is one of Donald Trump's right-hand men. He's someone who actually is the person that's the architect of the tariff policy, right? He's the one shaping how Donald Trump is going about implementing tariffs, and specifically the person that came up with the equation of how tariffs were put on all the countries. And Peter Navarro is citing Ron Vera as the economist that is, in line with what they're doing, right? Okay. So Ron Vera is the economist, and he's saying like, hey, this is how you do it. This is how you deal with this trade policy with these tariffs. And Peter Navarro is saying, you know what, this guy, I like this guy. He is actually saying what we want to do. And so we're going to actually use this information that he's giving us. And then Peter Navarro is passing it on to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is rubber stamping it because, Donald Trump wants tariffs. And so he's like, all right, I trust Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is getting the information from Ron Vera. And so they're implementing the tariffs based off of this, economist
sure, so he's being advised. So what's the issue though? I mean, I feel like that's common practice for everybody is they have their guys.
I agree.
They listen to their guys.
I agree. The issue though, and this is where it gets interesting. The issue in this situation is Ron Vera is Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro actually used the pseudonym to write as the economist Ron Vera. So he's literally been putting out information, citing himself, and then bringing the information back to the Trump administration saying, hey, this economist, this specialist, this person who knows what they're saying and doing, he's saying that we should do this. So let's follow it. And Donald Trump is like, yes. So Peter Navarro is literally citing himself in order to get these actual tariffs placed on other countries. And so much so that, again, you remember how I said he wrote the mathematical equation to determine how much of a how much of a tariff other countries were going to receive?
Yes.
The way that he came up with the equation was he took the total amount of trade minus the deficit and divided it by 2. That's literally the amount of research, information, knowledge, and thought that was put into the amount of reciprocal tariffs that was going to be placed on everyone across the board.
You made a couple points. I want to respond.
Wait, hold on. So I'm putting a bow. I'm putting a bow on it because all of this goes together, right? The point that I'm trying to make is, even if you were going to say like, I trust these people to do what's best for our country, and I trust that they're, the people that's going to do the right thing. The people that Donald Trump has in place and the plans that they're enacting has no rhyme or reason, and they don't have the right people for you just to trust that they're going to be able to do anything because you have shit happen like that.
Okay, so to respond, and I want to kind of respond as directly as I can to a couple of different points that you made. So like on the ghostwriting, it sounds like he's basically like ghostwriting himself, economic policy, pretty wild. Here's my issue with all this is that it's a weird scenario. I don't know what the explanation is. Maybe there's a weird bad reason. Maybe there's maybe there's an explainable reason for this, but I don't know. Okay. So here's the thing. I don't really care how good policy comes. I don't care if some guy ghostwrites it and then passes it to the president. I don't really care about the how it gets there. But if good policy ends up being implemented for the country, I support it. So it's like,
and that's fair.
Really
that's a fair statement.
Advisors are weird.
Bobby, that's a super fair statement. But Bobby, the question I have then is, how is this good policy? Because I like being super specific. I can explain
why it's good policy. That's easy.
Hold on, I can be super specific. So one of the places that I can't remember exactly which country, but there's one country in Africa that we have applied this exact logic to, right? And what we actually do is we import diamonds from this African country, right? Diamonds. We actually get the diamonds from this country versus other places where they're a little bit more expensive. So we're getting a better deal by importing diamonds from this African country. But the biggest thing that the United States exports is, of course, like military equipment, jets, right? And so this African country, this poor African country, we're buying their diamonds from them because like we can afford it and they need to sell something, but they can't afford our jets, not at the rate that we can afford their diamonds. So therefore we run a trade deficit with them, right? They're putting reciprocal tariffs on this African country that we're purchasing something that we want because they can't actually purchase something that we sell at the rate that we can purchase what they're selling. So again, I'm trying to understand how this is a good policy when you specifically, you run into situations like this and you make the decision to have such a standard basic equation that applies to everyone when it doesn't make sense in this situation.
Yeah, so this is easy. We just need to think a little bit more critically about what we know and how this actually works. So for instance, like the diamond situation, well, I'll respond to the diamond situation and then I'll tell you why the tariffs are just they're good economic policy in the first place. So with that, we're assuming a ton of things, right? So we're assuming so if there's a tariff on the diamonds, right? Let's say that it doesn't, I don't care about how they come about and how they figure out that they want to tariff somebody. They do it, and then we're talking about the reality of them doing it. So, well, they tariff them. Okay, well, this is what happens in practical terms. Those people over there, they can sell the diamonds to whoever they want. If there's a tariff, and people in America have to pay more money for diamonds and they don't buy them that much.
There's a difference between other situations, but we want those because if we buy them from other places, then it's going to cost more. So that doesn't make sense.
No, I'm not arguing in favor of some kind of narrative here. I'm just telling you the practical application. So it's not something that there's really an agreement or a disagreement with.
I'm a little confused as far as your logic applying to that then.
Well, I mean, it's kind of so I just want to be clear on your position. So, or on what you're saying, because I do want to be specific here. So the African country, we buy their diamonds, right? Okay. And then they want to buy our fighter jets, right?
No. It's not they want to. It's that the reason why the reciprocal tariffs were created based off of the equation, right? The equation is...
Okay, so you're just making the argument that the equation maybe shouldn't apply to every country.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense because you're punishing countries that don't have the ability to purchase from us the way that we can purchase.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a not really that huge of an issue. So, I mean, that
But when you apply that logic to every country, that doesn't make sense. That becomes harmful. That's the point.
Okay. I think me and you are going to disagree on the diamond thing because I'm not sure exactly what it's getting at. I understand that
it's not about the diamonds, it's about the implementation and the plan.
But that's something that could be corrected pretty easily if it needed to be.
Hold on. So it's not about the diamonds. I gave you the specific example so I could we can actually talk
the
through
point.
logically.
I get your point.
The overarching point is that using this type of practice and policy towards everyone doesn't make sense. That's
yeah. No, I don't really object to that. And I'm sure that probably it could just be the fact that they do a blanket tariff and they're working on more significant, they're going down the line with countries. So you can't negotiate with every single person at once. So maybe they'll get to that. But I'm not going to ascribe that they don't have any idea what they're doing or, these people are completely fools and they're running the country in the ground. I'm not going to go there yet.
But you can't. Okay, then go back to what I told you about Peter Navarro and Ron Vera and then how we came up with the equation. Because if you're sitting here saying that you don't think they're fools, then that sounds like a fool's errand as far as how they created this process.
So I'll tell you how, one, by the end of what I'm going to say, I think that you're going to find out that I don't think that Trump is a fool. I actually think it's the opposite. I think that Trump business-wise is very savvy. I think that the politicians who've been running the country, who are primarily really not successful business people, they're like career politicians from basically politician families. They actually had very little business sense. And let me give you an example in why I think tariffs are good. This is super easy. This isn't really something that anybody can debate about. We are the largest consumer economy in the world. So what that means, definitionally, this isn't up for debate, is that other countries, their entire other countries, their economy is essentially propped up solely because they can ship their goods to America and Americans will buy them with USD. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So by virtue of Americans purchasing all of the goods of the world, or a massive share of the goods of the world, we actually have done a ton of good for the world, because a lot of USD, a lot of money, valuable money, has gotten into those countries. Here is the point that Trump is making with the tariffs. And this is what so many people, they just fundamentally don't understand the economics behind this. If you are the largest consumer economy in the world, okay, if you wanted to, it would not be insane to blanket tariff the rest of the world and essentially say, hey, our people buy everybody's goods, right? A lot of your countries and a lot of your companies are built off of selling stuff to Americans. We want the federal government, the people of America, we want a 10%, we're going to do a tariff. And so basically there's going to be a fee. You can sell your goods in America and you'll make a ton of money doing it, right? But there's going to be a tariff, right? We're going to make the goods a little bit more expensive. The U.S. government's going to collect, and that's going to go into our tax base. So it's like you're basically charging a small fee for access to the biggest, marketplace in the entire world. That is not insane at all. That sounds like common sense, easy to understand. You don't have to be an expert policy that most people should get behind. And if you're not super partisan and just looking for a reason to despise the president, I think that most people would get behind that.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do, because that logic's dog shit. And I'm going to tell you why. And this is why it's important to not use common sense when it comes to international trade policies or economics.
Okay, so don't use common sense in trade policies. Got it.
Yeah, no, you don't want to use common sense. You actually want to be analytical. You want to be tactful. You want to be strategic, and you want to have foresight and forecasting. You don't want to use common sense, right? I'll explain. Okay. But this is what I want you to do. I'm going to read off a couple of thank yous. After I do, I'm coming right back directly to you. And the only question I want an answer to, and then I'll go on with what I'm going to say, is I want you to tell me, what is a tariff and who pays for it? So hold that thought just a second. Let me say a couple of thank yous. W's in the chat for Junior. Junior sent a $2 donation saying this guy has Trump hold 2 inches down his throat. Damn, Junior. And W's in the chat for Junior. W's in the chat. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Sydney. Hey, Sydney. Sydney sent a $50 donation saying currently traveling and I'm following the replay. Keep being awesome. Sydney, you are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the kindness. And more so than that, safe travels. I hope you get to where you're going safely. Have a great day. W's in the chat for Marie. Hey, Marie, who sent a $1.11 donation saying this guy, tariffs supposed to be be a scalpel, not a chainsaw. If you're using a chainsaw for brain surgery, you'll unalive the patient, or in this case, the middle class. It's a whole thing. Absolutely. And massive W's in the chat for Cat. Cat sent a $25 donation saying this fool again, he's gonna crash out. I don't know, Cat. He's been holding it together. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. W's in the chat for Ellie, who sent a $5 super chat to say, Santana, will you ever open the panel to discuss with other leftists about what should or shouldn't be doing to pressure the Democratic Party? We've done that before. We've actually literally done that before. But yeah, I think I'm going to do more of that in the coming future. Stay tuned. W's in the chat for Troll for the $5 donation saying, much less man thought he was saving Germany. He did. He absolutely literally did. And W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say gaslighting about the about Trump's character is tetanus. I'm not sure what you were trying to put there. It's assumed the rest of us are missing something. It's an insult to one's intelligence, and there's a trend. Yes, like I think there's a lot of leeway that has to be given in order to be someone that supports Trump, and that's a thing. W's in the chat for Miranda for the $20 donation saying, how many chances is a guest going to give Trump? That's what I was just about to say. Santana, love your show. Thank you so much, Miranda. Thank you for the 20, and I'm glad that you're here. W's in the chat for Tracy for the 5. Thank you for the education and standing up for what's right, Tracy. I always try. You're amazing. And W's in the chat for Jordan for the 3. System. Hey, hi, it's System. Here's $3 System. I love you so much. I hope you're having a great day. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen if you don't mind. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll help boost the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these smaller gift goals. We got the roses right now. Can we knock that out? And last but not least, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. Also, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up button. Let's get the likes up. We should definitely have at least as many likes as we have people watching. All right. Bobby, what's a tariff and who pays for it?
Yeah, it's a tax on imported goods. Typically, who actually pays it, like in real life, is the U.S. importer. So the company who's importing the goods.
And who ultimately pays for it?
Well, everybody involved obviously is affected. So everybody kind of gets a bite of it. Whether you're buying the goods, whether you're selling the goods. Obviously,
I feel like you're hopping around that.
Okay,
let's say this then. Let's see if I can focus this. Typically, who ends up paying the additional cost?
I mean, you honestly, the answer, I don't think that there's actually like a typical answer to this. It depends on the tariffs, how they're applied, and what their purpose is.
It is.
Some tariffs are there to defend industry in specific countries. Okay. So for instance, in that case, who really pays the tariff? Well, anybody who wants to sell their goods in that country is paying a pretty steep price. They don't have access to the market. They can't sell their goods there.
Okay. So and it feels like you're being it feels like you're being a little bit disingenuous with actually answering the question. So I'll go ahead and answer it just to move this forward.
You're answering your own question.
Yes, I am. So
you can't do that.
Yeah, I am. So shush for a second, but because you're not being completely genuine, you're trying to obfuscate. So I'm going to be direct so we can move this forward. In typical, the consumers actually end up paying the additional costs. So they pay for the tariffs that are being applied. Now, when it comes to the logic as far as, Donald Trump's applying these, he's saying that, there needs to be a quote unquote tax in order to enter our market and to pay for said cost of goods. Now, the problem with that is tariffs as a whole, right? The discrepancy between being able to produce a certain thing in the US versus producing a certain thing outside of the country, there's a gap. There's a huge price gap. And in order to be able to make the gap so impactful that people would actually turn away from the foreign made goods and turn to the US made goods, we would have to apply tariffs to a level that has never added before. I mean, like thousands of %, right? You can even take a look at Yes.
No, I mean, this is obviously practically very easily disproven. I mean, it doesn't even take me a second.
Give me a product. Okay, let's do this. Give me a product that is made in China, and we were up to like what 125% tariffs on China. So give me a product that was made in China that with the 125% tariff, the break-even point would make it as the same amount as that same product made in the U.S. or close.
Okay, it's a really. I'll just answer in general because I'm not sure.
No, I don't want you to answer in general because, like, in general, your logic doesn't work.
Like a paragraph long.
Exactly. That's why I just sat there and told you don't want to use common sense.
I can answer in general. No, this is very easy. I mean,
you can't because I need a specific example.
If I can't, then I'll make a fool of myself.
Hey, Bobby, stop. Let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can go from there.
Sure.
The point that I'm making is, in order for us to be able to make a product that is equal to, if the prices are around the same amount, right? In order to implement that type of tariff, it would have to be a tariff at the percentage that we've never implemented tariffs before, because outside of that, what up, Dan? Outside of that, you're just making the imported product more expensive, but people are going to still buy it because overall it's going to be less expensive than the US made product.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that goods are made for very, very cheap in other countries because these people have much less money essentially, and they're in different parts of the world. Like, for instance, I'm not like, I don't disagree with the idea that, like, yeah, there are some things that are made in other countries, and the only reason that people buy them and that they're affordable here is because they're made in other countries where people get paid virtually nothing to work in a sweatshop for 15 hours a day, right? But I'm not actually a big proponent of that system being furthered, okay? So actually, I would actually be where I am on this topic, which is If you can kind of do anything possible to eliminate the idea that there are third world countries where hundreds of thousands of people work in terrible conditions and get paid virtually nothing to produce meaningless goods, consumer goods for American citizens, I actually think that that's a positive thing, to do anything that we can to not have that be a reality on the planet. And then secondly, I mean, it's like with the tariffs, like you're saying that I'm making this confusing, or like I'm not being fair. I mean, if I'm not being fair, then why are there literally hundreds of years of written history where the biggest losers of people in terms of tariffs in countries are people who can't ship their goods into countries, right? Like, you're kind of arguing that tariffs are this thing. Like, okay, so if tariffs only make it more expensive for the consumer and they're always bad, then why has virtually every single country ever historically used tariffs? And when they use them, why do they say, hey, we're doing this to protect our industry? We don't want people flooding our economy with their cheap goods, to ruin the companies here, to make life difficult here. So I think that, again, you're kind of just fundamentally not understanding, one, the reasons for why you would have tariffs. And I'm going to be honest. I mean, like I said earlier, and I had a feeling it was going to be plenty of this. Mm-hmm. It's every single argument that I hear from people, whether it's economics, whether it's moral, whether it's ethical, whatever the position is when it's against Donald Trump, everybody is assuming that he is either a complete fool or that he's the evilest human being that ever lived. And it's just ridiculous. I mean, we need, as adults, to just have ideas about these things without just assuming that we're dealing with like a madman. It's just, I'll tell you right now, it actually makes, it's going to make for really, really, really bad politics in America, because it's just the level of derangement.
Okay. Now you're just going in circles. I've been trying to give you time to finish your point, but now you're just like, you're going in circles. So I'm going to cut you off here. The thing that I find to be very interesting is, while I do think Donald Trump is a horrible person, right? I have not personally attacked him. I have attacked the plans and proceedings that he has engaged in. And my consistent and persistent point has been that he doesn't have a substantial plan to shore up the things that he's doing. And you made a point that tariffs have been done for hundreds of years, and it's for goods that are being shipped in certain countries. And why have other countries used tariffs, and why have they said that it's good to protect the country? Again, I've answered this question, but I feel like you're not engaging in this point. And the reason why I've been like super specific is because I need you to understand like why my logic occurs. I'm not going off faith and prayers or whatever. I'm going off of what we know. So
okay, so the specific question is,
I let you speak, so I'm going to finish, and then I'm going to answer these questions that you gave me. I actually even wrote those down to make sure I didn't forget them. So as far as why have other countries used tariff and why they have deemed them to be good, is because, again, tariffs are not good, tariffs are not bad. They're a tool. And specifically using those tools, whether it's for negotiation or to protect a market, is something that's beneficial. The difference between Donald Trump doing this very thing and what has been done in the past is that Donald Trump is issuing blanket tariffs across the board, and he's using the same standards for everyone, while also not taking into consideration, not him, but you, not taking into consideration that we are, to your point, a consumer country. So where there's other countries that are, countries that more so are manufacturing and they sell more than they consume, we consume more than we manufacture. So it's a little bit different for us versus saying that we're going to protect our market, because there's certain things within our market that we just either don't make or can't make at an equivalent rate. So it's a moot point. So wrapping this all up and putting this in a bow, the reason why I have been very specific as far as talking about Donald Trump's trade policies and with the tariffs, and then the people that are actually shaping these policies, and then even giving you the specific information saying that in order to implement a tariff that would give us a break-even point that would offset the need to still buy those international products versus buying domestic products, all of this in totality speaks to the fact that Donald Trump, his current plan and procedures are bad. It doesn't make sense. And either he's evil or he's foolish. Those are the words that you use. In this specific situation, He has to be either evil or foolish. And I would lean towards foolish because of the people that he's leaning on that are shaping this plan.
Sure. So if that's what you believe and that's what you're basing your opinion off of, I mean, you're a grown man. You get to do that. So, but ultimately, well, ultimately, here's where we're at, right? I mean, and this is the reality of politics. This is the reality of life. Someone's going to lead the country, and you get to vote on who it is. And someone's going to have an idea, and you're either going to agree and think it's a good idea, or you're going to think it's a bad idea, right? You're going to vote for who you think has the best idea or who you think is the most capable person. So here's the real core of the disagreement here. You think that his economic policy, you can't be convinced that it's good policy. You firmly believe that it's bad economic policy, but you are not God. You can't see the future. So you don't know for certain, but that's what you believe. And me,
yeah, I'm going to stop you there for a second. No, because now, no. I'm going to stop you there for Bobby. Yes, cut you off there. I'm not God. I don't think that I'm God, but what I am doing is basing my opinion off facts, where you've based your opinion off feelings, right? There's been no actual factual information that you have actually given me that would make me believe that Donald Trump and his plans or procedures are going to be economically beneficial, right? The same way that I just laid things out to you and I explain things to you, it's all based off of facts and information.
You're going off the rails here, man.
For you. No, question for you, Bobby.
You are.
The plan that Donald Trump is currently utilizing, did you know that it's been done twice in the United States history?
If you let me finish my point, then I'll respond to that.
Bobby, did you know that it's been done twice in the United States history?
Do I get to finish my point or not?
Okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and answer the question. Bobby, it's been done twice in United States history. This is another reason why I'm sitting here saying this isn't going to work. It's not because I think I'm God. It's because literally the plan that Donald Trump has tried to, the plan that Donald Trump is trying to utilize has been done twice in our country's history, about 100 years apart, both times.
Okay.
The first time that it was done, and just FYI, all three times it's been done by the conservatives. So the first time that it was done, the Conservative Party lost power for 60 years, right? And then about 100 years later, they did it again, and they did it with the Smoot-Hawley Act, right? Where they tried to implement the same type of deal with the tariffs, and they then lost 40% of their seats within the country. And the point being is that not only has these blanket tariffs, this current policy that Donald Trump is trying to initiate been done, it happens 100 years apart. It happens by the people that are conservative. And then after it's done, it massively, overwhelmingly negatively impacts the country. People turn and the conservatives lose a shit ton of power. So this is not me sitting here saying, oh, I'm God, I know what'll happen in the future. This is me laying out the facts, the information, the current plan and processes that Donald Trump is using, and also the historical data that we have to lean on, knowing that this is a shit plan.
Sure. So I guess I get to respond now. Yeah, I mean, this is just just a really, really, really fundamental kind of thought exercise is ultimately there are people who have different ideas than you, and you get to vote on who you think is going to be successful. And sometimes those ideas work out. Sometimes they don't work out. Okay. Sometimes you think someone has a bad idea and they saw something that you didn't. And somehow they actually were, they did something that worked. So that happens literally with every single economic policy and every rule, every time that everybody gets elected, every year. So it's kind of like you're basically just making the argument that you really, 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 really think that this is a bad idea. Okay. And
that's not the argument.
Okay. So you don't think it's a bad idea?
The argument isn't that
you're giving evidence why you believe that.
The argument isn't that I really, really, really don't think it's a good idea. The argument is, historically speaking, this has
so that's evidence
twice, and neither one of those things have happened. And currently speaking, it's not working because Donald Trump does not have a cohesive plan. That's the argument. The argument is that this has no merit to being successful.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I think that you're almost there. So that is the evidence that you understand, which leads you to believe that the tariffs are not a good idea. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate. I've been very
so
open
that
by
evidence
saying
that
that
you
tariffs
just
are
said
not a
doesn't
tariffs
make
are
you
not a
feel-
good thing. Tariffs are not a
saying that you
bad
won't-
thing. They're a
I mean,
tool,
it's a
and how
rhetorical
you
question.
utilize
Yes.
tariffs is the way to go about it. So
Okay.
I have no good or bad feeling about
Okay.
tariffs.
So the historical evidence, all of the stuff that you just said, does that stuff point your mind in the direction that Donald Trump is wrong and his policy is not the right policy? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So there's this concept that other people can see other information or have a different perspective than you, and then you guys get to vote. Your argument is that because you're certain that he's wrong, this is bad, and we should chastise him for it or impeach him or whatever your ultimate position is.
When did I say anything?
Other people disagree with you, and they
chastising or
think that he
impeaching?
has a good idea, and we get to vote, and we're going to see
Sure.
this through.
But see,
That's just the reality.
now you're going back
Your
to a
argument
place
for
where
him being
you're
bad is
hold on.
I don't like his ideas.
Bobby,
I don't like
again,
Kamala Harris's ideas.
Again,
so I didn't
now
vote.
you're going back to a place of like feelings, and I've been
No, it's not
standing.
feelings at all. It's practical
it's absolutely
reality.
feelings. So
All
this is what I'm
objective
going
reality.
to do. This is what I'm going to do, Bobby.
You're going to run.
How am I running? What the fuck are you
It's
talking
just been
about?
run. You're going to run from me.
Yeah, whatever, loser. Anyway, this is what I want you to do. You have been sitting up here telling me that you think it's a good idea. You've been sitting up here telling me that you think that this is something that's going to be successful.
That's
I've
right.
laid out to you why this
Why
is
you
not
disagree.
something that has a historical basis or a current basis.
And you've not convinced me.
I need you to stop talking while I talk. And also, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I mean, like when you're stuck in a cult and you're unwilling to actually engage in reality, there's no convincing. So I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to point out the flaws in your logic. So this is what I want you to do. The way that I have given you like the premise and principles as far as why this is something that has not worked in the past, it's currently not working in the future. And the biggest point that I'm making is there's no consistent or cohesive plan that lends itself to success. I'm not saying that this can't be successful because Donald Trump is doing it and I think it's a horrible idea. I'm saying this can't be successful because there is nothing that lends itself to historically being successful, and there are no current plans in places that would allow it to be successful. Now, with that same premise, right, the things that I laid out, Bobby, I need you to give me something that's based in facts that gives us any type of belief that this will be successful. Anything that you can point to say like, hey, this has worked and this is what the results have been from doing this thing. So can you give us a specific example?
Sure. I mean, this would be pretty easy logic. So, and I'll make
Not
this
logic,
quick.
an
But
example. I don't want logic. I don't want you to try to connect dots or like, I want you to give me an
you're
example.
like, I don't want you to
this
connect any
actually.
dots, man.
No,
Well,
because you're going to make up a hypothetical situation. If you give me a real situation, then we can use logic, but I don't want a hypothetical.
Okay, we
I want
fund
something
social
real.
programs with the dues that we collect on tariffs.
When has he
Those
done
fees
that?
directly go into the money that our government has, and the money that the government has by virtue of being government money is also the money that goes.
Technically, at this point, no.
So if we collect
technically
dues
at
on
this point,
tariffs
no.
in the tune of billions of dollars,
Technically,
we
at
can
this
fund
point,
better
no.
social programs for our country. We can
Yeah,
teach
again,
children
now
how to
you're
read.
talking,
We can do all kinds of
Bobby.
great things.
Bobby, why are you steamrolling?
I give you an answer. No, you
okay, you
literally
gave me a
asked me a
hypothetical.
question, and then
Bobby,
I give
was
you
that a hypothetical or was that
answer, and you
something?
start like,
Was that a hypothetical or was that something that's currently happening, Bobby? Answer that question.
muting me and running, man.
Sure. Was that a hypothetical or is that something currently happening, Bobby?
That's currently happening.
You're absolutely incorrect. That's
Yeah,
not
okay,
currently
sure.
happening.
How do you know that for certain? How do you know for certain that I'm wrong?
Sure, because currently the actual tariff proceedings are up to be heard by the Supreme Court. And so that has tied up any type of quote unquote tariff revenue. And then also there has been lawsuits
okay,
that
so
have
if they're
been
ruled
filed.
legal, then that's where
you
they
asked me the question, so I'm still answering it. Also, there's been lawsuits that have been filed by companies like Costco that have also put a freeze on any of the quote unquote tariff revenue. So at this point, while tariff revenue has been collected, it cannot be repurposed or used in the federal government because of the legal proceedings. So again, that's why it's not happening right now.
Okay, so when the legal proceedings are done, if they say that the tariffs are legal, where will the money go?
If the actual
I'm
proceedings
asking
are
you
done.
if.
Yeah, but see, again, that's why I said
You just answer the question. Why are you running?
No, I don't think you understand what running means. I'm going to need you to stop stop talking for a second. I don't think you know what running means. Running would be if I didn't answer like any type of logical questions, or if I just kicked you without, you know, having a conversation. See, the point is I can't run from something that I put out to you to start. My original question was, can you give me something that's not a hypothetical that shows what Donald Trump has been or is doing yields any type of positive results? And you gave me a hypothetical that the tariff revenues can be put towards social programs. Now, with that being said, even in the hypothetical situation, Donald Trump, his administration, his Treasury Department has talked about doing multiple things with this quote unquote tariff revenue, and none of those things have been putting into social programs. So even your premise behind being in social programs, it's not logical, because none of them have said that's what they want to do with that tariff revenue. So going back to what I said, Bobby, can you give me one specific example of what Donald Trump is doing actually being something that has worked out in any scenario? And I don't want it to be hypothetical. Give me a real thing.
Here, I want you to look at this.
I can't see what that is. Just tell me what it is and I'll pull it up on my screen.
It says, yes, the USA funds social programs.
No. Hey,
hundreds of billions of dollars.
No, Bobby, tell me what it is so I can pull it up. I don't want you to read it out loud. Tell me what it is so I can pull it up.
Yeah. Okay, I want you to go on Bing, and then you're going to type in, does USA fund social programs with tariffs?
Okay, so you're
saying that it's factually incorrect what I said, and so I'm going to
just to make sure that I have an example.
You're wrong,
Bobby. Just to make sure I know what you're doing, you're looking at the AI overview and you're just asking Bing.
I googled it. Yep, it was that simple.
Sure. So you do understand.
This is
speaking in. You do understand that speaking in general and asking a general question does not apply to the specific situation. While I do understand that taxes.
Just Bing it, dude.
I do understand that taxes overall pay into social systems. That's how it works. So our federal taxes pay into things like Medicaid and Medicare. Our federal taxes pay into different social safety nets like SNAP benefits and things like that. Yes, we understand that a tariff is a tax, and the taxes collected can be and will be used on different social programs or even different fundings throughout the federal government. You're using your information as a generality. Again, the revenue that has been collected due to Trump's tariff policy is now being frozen because of the legal proceedings. So we're not even talking about the tariff revenue from his legal proceedings. I need you, Bobby, to give me something specific, not a Bing, Google explanation.
Okay, so I can't use any information that I can research?
Real information, bud.
Okay, so Bing's not real?
No, you're being disingenuous. When did I ever say taxes don't actually pay for social
no, you said tariffs programs? Not taxes, tariffs.
Why did I say this specific tariff revenue is not?
No, you just said tariffs
Answer
don't fund social programs in general. You actually said it pretty definitively,
Bobby,
like you factually know that.
Bobby,
why did I say social programs?
Why did I say this tariff revenue is not going to go towards social programs? You said hold on, no. Just to make sure,
that the tariff
no, you said that this tariff revenue being collected can be used for social safety nets.
You say all of it. You're now changing my words because you're wrong.
You said that the tariff revenue could be used for social services.
Can I get
That's what you said. No, stop. And so I said the tariff revenue that's being collected cannot be used for social services because of the legal proceedings that are being held up. And so I said, can you give me a specific example of this actual procedure and policy that Donald Trump is using being something that is actually working? So you gave me a hypothetical, not talking about hypotheticals, but being specific. I have never said that taxes don't pay for social services. They do. They fund those. But this specific tariff revenue is on hold. Now you can speak.
Okay. I want to point out, one, that we're at the point of the conversation where you're essentially, what you're doing really is you're just muting me for long periods of time. And then after you continue to mute me, you basically just talk for like 3 minutes over and over and over in a variety of ways, saying that I'm disingenuous. You don't engage with anything I say. You made a sweeping claim that the dues from tariffs don't go into social programs. I proved you wrong.
You know what? No, you didn't. And I'm going to mute you again. It's fine. I didn't want to do this because...
Keep running, Bobby.
Yeah. You're Bobby. You fucking idiot. You're Bobby. You're a fucking idiot.
Everybody's Bobby.
You're so stupid. Anyway, the point that I'm making is I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to do this now, right? I'm live on YouTube, bud. And so we don't have to sit here and say, well, I said this, or I didn't say that, or I did, or I didn't. You know what? I can just rewind it back. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to rewind it back. And I want to know, you're sitting here saying that I said that tariffs don't fund social safety nets. That's what you just said. Or I'm sitting here saying that the revenue that was made off of tariffs are being frozen because of legal proceedings. So that's the line of demarcation. So are you sticking with that before I go ahead and play this back? Now you don't know how to come off mute.
Oh, sorry. I'm just on mute the entire time now. So
are you sticking with that before I run it back? Yes or no?
Seconds. Yeah, I mean,
I know. Cry harder. Are you sticking with that, or is that what you're saying before I run it back?
Okay, before you run it back, yeah, I mean, in our conversation, I don't think that I ever made the claim that specific exact tariffs of the ones that are just coming from the new Trump tariffs. You those are going to social programs.
Again, I can play this back. You literally said that.
Collect a bunch of dues.
You literally said that.
You have a lot more money to fund social programs.
You literally said that. Again, I can run it back.
Dude, run it. Dude, if you're gonna run it back, man, run it back, man.
Sure. So your premise is that I said that
I just told you my exact premise, brother.
You're changing your premise now.
No, I'm not. It's literally the argument that I made.
What did you say?
Making the argument that tariff,
I'm going to be quiet.
Collect on these tariffs, because tariff money goes and it does fund social programs. If you collect a bunch more tariff money, you'll have more money to fund social programs.
Okay. All right. Cool. So
Pretty
we're going to run this back. We're going to run this back and we're going to play it. Now, one thing that I want you to keep in your mind, because you still haven't.
Okay.
Listen.
I'm listening.
I want you to give me a specific example of this actually working, the policies, the plan that Donald Trump is enacting. I want you to give me a specific example of this working. You're literally sitting here saying,
I thought you were going to run it back.
Shut up. You're sitting here saying, if we collect more revenue, then we can use those to pay for social services. That's not answering the question. So you still have not answered my question. You still haven't answered my question. You can continue to whine and cry, but you still haven't answered my question. So I'm going to go back, but you still have to answer my question, Bobby.
Keep threatening to interrupt.
Shushies, bud. Shushies. I'm going to go ahead and play it back.
Not. It's literally the argument that I made.
What did you say?
Making the argument that tariff,
I'm going to be quiet.
Collect on these tariffs.
Oh, we don't have to sit here and say, well, I said this, or I didn't say that, or I did, or I didn't. You know what? I can just rewind it back. So this is
I can research
real information, bud.
Okay, so Bing's not real?
No, you're being disingenuous. When did I ever say taxes don't actually pay for social service? Speaking in general, and asking a general question does not apply to this. While I do understand that taxes...
Just bang it, dude.
I do understand that taxes overall pay into social systems that Donald Trump has been or is doing yields any type of positive results. And you gave me a hypothetical that the tariff revenues can be put towards social...
and the money that the government has...
that gives us any type of belief that this will be successful. Anything that you can point to say like, hey, this has worked and this is what the results have been from doing this thing. So can you give us a specific example?
Sure. I mean, this would be pretty easy logic. So, and I'll make this quick.
An example. I don't want logic. I don't want you to try to connect dots or like, I want you to give me an example.
Like, I don't want you to
this actually. No, because you're going to make up a hypothetical situation. If you give me a real situation, then we can use logic, but I don't want a hypothetical.
Okay, we fund social programs with the dues that we collect on tariffs.
When has he done
These
that?
directly go into the money that the government has and the money that the government has by virtue of being government money.
You literally tried to jump in because you knew you were literally about to get caught lying. Stop coming off mute and don't talk over the recording. I'm sitting here quietly. You can sit here quietly as well. Stop it. You know that you're fucking cooked. Stop coming off mute. Be quiet just like I'm being quiet. Let's finish listening. I'm going to run it back a few seconds so we can actually hear. It lends itself to historically being successful, and there are no current plans in places that would allow it to be successful. Now, with that same premise, right, the things that I laid out, Bobby, I need you to give me something that's based in facts that gives us any type of belief that this will be successful. Anything that you can point to say like, hey, this has worked and this is what the results have been from doing this thing. So can you give us a specific example? Sure. I mean, this would be pretty easy logic. So, and I'll make this quick. An example. I don't want logic. I don't want you to try to connect dots or like, I want you to give me an example.
Like, I don't want you to
this actually. No, because you're going to make up a hypothetical situation. If you give me a real situation, then we can use logic, but I don't want a hypothetical.
Okay, we fund social programs with the dues that we collect on tariffs.
When has he done
These
that?
directly go into the money that our government has and the money that the government has by virtue of being government money. It's also the money that goes.
Technically, at this point, no.
So if we collect dues on tariffs in the tune of billions of dollars,
technically at this
point,
point,
better
no.
social programs for our country. We can teach children
now
how
you're
to
talking,
read, do all kinds of great things.
Bobby, why are you steamrolling?
I give you an answer. No, you
okay.
literally
You gave me
asked me a question, and then
Bobby, was that a hypothetical or was that something? Was that a hypothetical or was that something that's currently happening, Bobby? Answer that question.
Muting me and running, man.
Sure. Was that a hypothetical or is that something currently happening, Bobby?
That's currently happening.
You're absolutely incorrect. That's
currently
happening.
Sure. How do you know that for certain? How do you know for certain that I'm wrong?
Sure, because currently the actual tariff proceedings are up to be heard by the Supreme Court. And so that has tied up any type of quote unquote tariff revenue. And then also there has been lawsuits that have been filed.
Legal, then that's
you asked me the question, so I'm still answering. Also, there's been lawsuits that have been filed by companies like Costco that have also put a freeze on any of the quote unquote tariff revenue. So at this point, while tariff revenue has been collected, it cannot be repurposed or used in the federal government because of the legal proceedings. So again, that's why it's not happening right now. All right, Bobby. Now you can come back and I want you to tell me, because I sat there and I said that you said it is happening. And I told you that not only is it not happening, I told you why it's not happening. Now, can you tell me how am I wrong about tariff revenue if it's frozen due to the actual Supreme Court? And even more so, can you give me an actual example of something that's happening? Because again, that has been the premise of what I've said this entire time. Give me something that has happened that has shown successful results for us to believe this.
Okay, so I know that you're going to mute me as soon as I get into this, but my exact quote, when you replayed it back, my exact quote was, "We fund social programs with the dues we collect on tariffs."
And then what did I say?
No, but that was my original.
And then what did I say?
Well, later on, you said that I was specifying
right after you
that
said
it was
that.
exactly Trump's
right after
era,
you said that. Right after you said that, I went directly into that's not happening. I said that's not happening. And I said, are you saying that it's currently happening? You said correct. And I said that's not happening.
Yeah,
and you
okay.
said, how do I know?
Okay, you're missing the point, though. The Supreme Court is arguing over the tariff thing. But they're arguing over Trump's ability for new tariffs. I made the claim that tariffs, the dues we collect on tariffs in general, fund social programs. So they are currently funding social programs. The Supreme Court is not arguing whether or not any money collected by tariffs.
I asked the specific question.
I gave you a specific answer, and then you lied and said I said something different.
I just played it back. Okay.
Yeah, and I just read you my exact quote.
Yeah, I don't care about you reading your quote. We all just listened to it. So stop. Can you give me the example of something that is successfully occurring that has been a successful use of the type of policies and practice that Donald Trump is implementing with tariffs?
I just laid out that if you were to collect billions of dollars,
you're giving a hypothetical.
You would be able to fund social.
Bobby, what is a hypothetical? Answer that question. What's a hypothetical?
If the Supreme Court is arguing about it right now and it's tied up in court, then
Bobby, what is a hypothetical?
All right, because of the muting, I'm just going to leave.
Okay, then run, Bobby, run, you coward, run, go ahead.
No, I'm in a conversation with someone.
No, go ahead and run, you coward, run, do it.
He's doing more muting.
Exactly. What's a hypothetical,
that's the whole game.
What's a hypothetical?
No, I just want to point this out. So, I mean, we're having a conversation about this.
What is a hypothetical?
Debate master needs to mute everybody.
Bobby, what is a hypothetical?
You're a total debate master, brother.
Bobby, what is a hypothetical?
And now you're what? Asking me what a hypothetical is?
What is a hypothetical?
You're in... I mean, I'm just not going to do this. This is stupid.
I know you're not.
I know you're not. So much time of my life.
You're disingenuous, and he ran. He fucking ran because he got cooked. You literally gave me a hypothetical situation saying, if we collect this, then we can. That's the whole point. I had said it over and over and over. Fuck out of here. You've been up here forever. I haven't been muting you prior until you started making the decision to be disingenuous. All right, chat. Another one bites the dust. And another one, none, and another one, none. Another one bites the dust. Anyway, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, please make sure that you go ahead and drop out of the box. We're not talking to friendlies. If you're friendly, do the wonderful things. Go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Kate, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop it down. Let's see here. Oh, welcome in, Brett Raid. I saw you as you guys got here. Welcome in, Brett Raid. I hope everyone is having an amazing day. Thank you for the heart hands. Let's see here. Hi, Ryan. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm jorking it.
Okay, that's that. Mask, are you a Trump supporter? Mask, are you a Trump supporter? Mask, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute. Mask, are you a Trump supporter? All right, I'm going to drop you down. Black Lightning, are you a Trump supporter? Black Lightning, are you a Trump supporter? I'm gonna drop you down as well. Okay, this person is back.
Hi, bro.
Yeah.
I need gift family, please.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. We're not going to do that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Let's see here. I don't know if he's gonna actually spawn in or not. All right, I'm gonna disconnect you, King. If you see this, you can request back, but it's not loading.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how are you?
Good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am, yes.
Okay. Give me a second. I got a couple of thank yous and then we'll get into it.
right.
W's in the chat for Jordan. Jordan sent a $3 donation saying transphobia has TDS, trans derangement syndrome. Yes, they all have that, Jordan. You know that. W's in the chat for Sydney for the $10 donation saying thank you for watching these dusty Trump supporters. They have small PPs. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for the 10, Sydney. You're amazing. W's in the chat for System who sent a $5 saying, hey, System again, can you ask the guests with Trump roll back great protections for transgender and intersex inmates if he's not evil, and statistics show how transgender inmates are 9 times more likely to be raped in prison. System, I'm sorry I missed that message, but we all know that he would have just actually found a way to try to justify it. Like, we know what he's doing. W's in the chat for Randall who sent a $2 donation saying, this dude is saying run again, and I'm puking. Yeah, it was weird that he kept saying like run when literally he wouldn't answer the question. And I was still up here talking to him for over an hour, I think. W's in the chat for Kat. Kat sent a $10 donation saying, we bet all our nuts waiting for the SmackDown/crash out. Kat, you're fucking clairvoyant. He absolutely crashed. He absolutely crashed. You're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Deb for the $4.99 super chat to say Trump's economic professor at Wharton called him a quote unquote goddamn DUMBS student ever. He also paid someone to take his SAT. Yep, that's true. W's in the chat for Troll for the $5 super chat to say the guest is only ever giving surface level response and virtual signaling when he's proven wrong with facts. W's in the chat for Troll for another $5 super chat to say the guest doesn't know the difference between logic and facts. W's in the chat for the Tory experience for the $2 donation saying, own this caller, Santana. Listen, you know how we do. W's in the chat for Taro. What up, Taro? Who used their membership subscription to send the message, say Trump will never bring up whole wheat eggs because he knows it would ruin him totally. He absolutely would. And W's in the chat for the Tory experience for another $2 super chat. Say the caller has a really big face. That's enough. Or that's rough. I didn't look at his face, but I can believe it. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, can we knock out the donuts? The donuts are the gift goal. Can we knock those out? And also, if you take a look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit the follow button. This is the main account, but we'll be on the backup account later. We're bouncing back and forth doing debates on both. So make sure you follow both accounts and make sure you actually turn on notifications. With that being said, Rodrigo, right? I see people saying in the chat, not Rodrigo. Why are they saying that?
Yes, that's because I'm pretty good at debating sometimes, I feel.
Okay, all right, let's see.
So we'll see how it goes.
Let's go start here. I think that this entire Trump train is over. And I don't understand how anyone can still support Donald Trump, and more so in the sense that all the negative impacts that are currently happening within our country. So can you tell me, how do you still support him today?
Okay. The number one reason that I support Donald Trump today is because the left has become a cult and he is fighting them off.
You cut out for a second. I couldn't hear you.
Okay, sorry. The number one reason I support Donald Trump is because the left has become a cult and we have to defend our country against cult members.
Okay.
That's my number one reason.
Do you have a 2 or a 3 that's rooted in anything that you think Trump is doing? Or is it just so much so that you think that, the left is a quote unquote cult, and that's more important than anything else. Just trying to understand your logic.
Okay, good. Yeah, I believe in many things that he's doing. I believe in the border policy. I believe in his tax code. I believe in his tariff policies. I believe that it was a good idea to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. I believe in all kinds of policies like that. But more than it scares me is the level that is coming from the left. That's the thing that scares me more than anything.
Okay, just an FYI, you keep kind of cutting in and out. I don't know if someone's calling or if that's your Wi-Fi, but you're like every time you speak, every other word, you're cutting out. Okay, so it seems like you really, really want to talk about why the left scares you. So I'll go ahead and give you the floor. What's so scary about the left?
Okay, first I would like to know, this is, I'm just going to tell you from my perspective. My goal of this conversation is to learn, or to either, if I'm not learning, to teach somebody else information. Your goal of this conversation?
My goal is to debate Trump supporters and show the flaws in their logic.
Okay, do you have any goal of learning?
From Trump supporters? No. I think that would be very idealistic, pie in the sky type deal. And the only reason I say that is not that I don't believe that I can't learn from other people or Trump supporters. It's just that history and trends, as far as the thousands of Trump supporters that I've spoken with, there has been, I can count on one hand the amount of Trump supporters that I've spoken with that have actually taught me something. So I'm not advert or open to it, but that's not the goal. And I'm definitely not expecting that in any prior conversation, and definitely not in this one either.
Okay, well, let's see if I can surprise you.
Sure, I'm open to it.
Okay, so what's your question for me?
I said, you seem like you really want to talk about the left and why they're so scary. So tell me what's so scary about the left.
Okay, it's a nonstop barrage 24/7 of hate propaganda against Orange Man bad. Look, what you're doing on here 24/7 all the time.
Me specifically, or are you generalizing?
Just it's the TD. Well, I'm not generalizing like what you just did. Is that what you mean? Where you just said that you can't learn anything from Trump supporters?
Yeah, and that was generalizing. But you said that it's a nonstop, hate propaganda, basically, that you're doing 24/7. So are you saying that that's what I'm doing nonstop, or are you saying that that's what you're seeing across the board for people who are on the left that speak towards Trump? I'm just trying to see, are you talking about me?
Yes, I'm saying
or
that
in general, everyone.
Okay, so I'm talking about you specifically, yes, okay, and about 20 to 30% of the left now, because you guys do not have an ability to use reason anymore or logic. It is completely gone because you hate people so much that you're not able to use those abilities. That's my
cool. Can you give me one specific example of me propagating Orange Man bad, where I have not laid out facts, reason, and logic? It's just Orange Man bad.
Yes, thank you. And let's go down this, because as I'm sure you know, thought processes sometimes take a couple of questions, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so do you believe that it is vital for societies to have fundamental truths that everyone in society agrees with?
Okay. Just an FYI, I'm going to answer your questions, but this isn't actually giving me a specific example of how I have done that. Now, if you're trying to create a narrative,
I'll get there.
Hold on one second. If you're trying to create a narrative as far as how I believe that or I think that way, then sure, we can talk about that, but that still isn't the specific example that you would be able to make your statement off of. So you'd have to give me something that I have done prior to this conversation that you and I are having that would actually, exemplify that. But I'm going to answer your questions, but just FYI, if that's where you're going. So can you ask your question one more time?
Okay, I'm going to start, so we can just start right here. Just check if you're in a call.
Also, you're cutting out again. You're cutting out again. I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, so we'll check to see if you're in a cult right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that a healthy male with no adverse reasons to have a sex change becomes a woman? Is that a true statement in your mind?
So again, I'll answer your question. I think a woman is a woman, a male is a male. I think transgender people exist. I think that transgender people have a miscongruency or a misalignment in their actual, I guess the best way to say it is the premises of who they are versus what they currently who they are and what they're currently listed as or whatever. I have no issue with anyone identifying whatever gender that they actually identify with. Like I don't care. More than that,
Okay.
It seems like you, for some reason, want to talk about transgender people. My overarching premise
No, I don't. I literally don't.
My overarching premise is that transgender people represent less than 1% of the population, and they're just people that want to live. And as long as
I don't want to talk about
still
that.
finishing up my point, as long as people aren't doing anything harmful to other people, I don't care what they do personally. And so that means if they are a transgender person, no matter what they do in their sex life, no matter if they want to be a furry, like I don't care what anyone does as long as they're not actively harming others.
I am 100% in agreement with everything that you just said. So as it turns out, you didn't need to go into that long diatribe because I agree with you. So now my question to you is, here's my problem. It's not the people that are the trans people. My problem's with you and the left.
Okay.
That's my problem. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that females should have private areas where they can change and do those things? Yes or no?
Female what?
Female human beings.
So you mean women?
Yes, women.
Okay. Yeah. Do I think that women should have women's only space?
Yes. Should females have that?
Female what?
Females.
Female what? You do understand that
Humans,
there's like female cats,
humans.
there's female dogs, female
Yes,
humans
female
are
human beings.
So are you referring
Female
to women?
human beings.
Are you referring to women?
No, I'm referring to females. Do you not know what a female is?
Female, yes, you keep saying females,
Okay,
but
so
a
then
female. Hold
answer
on.
the question.
Hey, listen, bud. A female can be anything. You can say a female muskrat. You can say a female donkey.
That's why I said
you
human.
Can say, and a female. So you're referring to women?
I'm referring to female human beings.
Are you referring to women?
No, I'm referring to female human beings,
you say
my
women?
guy.
Why won't you say women? What's wrong with the word woman?
What's wrong with the word female?
Because female can be anything.
No, female can't be anything. So you're telling me a female human being can be anything?
No, I didn't say that. That's why I'm talking about women.
Hey,
you said
Santana.
Wait, hold on. Listen,
Santana, this is your cult
I need
playing
you to
out.
understand me. No. Because
Your cult's
I'm
playing
trying
out.
to. No, listen, bud. Just because you're saying that doesn't make you right. You're
Santana doesn't know what a female is, guys.
Hey, listen. I don't do the over talking. We can go one at a time. I'm sitting here literally answering your question. And if you want me to answer your question, I need to be able to speak. Please don't play stupid games. If I mute you, that's me. I'm the host. I'm muting you. That means please stay muted until I finish talking, and then you can come off mute and speak. I'm not going to interrupt you. I don't want you interrupting me. The point that I'm making is you can have a female dog. You can have a female possum. You can have a female turtle. You can have a female whatever. And so that's why I'm saying, are you speaking of women? And is your premise is that are you saying that should women have women only spaces? Now you can come off mute and speak.
I am asking you a question, and it's very simple. Should females, human being females, have their own private area to change or to not be viewed or have to view male genitalia? Yes or no?
Okay. So I'm going to answer your question the best way that I can, since you won't be specific when you say females I'm just
you don't
say
know
women.
what a female is, folks.
I'm going to say woman, right? I sat there quietly while you listen, but dead ass serious. I'm not going to talk over you. I'm sitting quietly when you speak. Don't talk over me. Have impulse control, act like an adult. I need you to lock in and act like an adult. So to answer the question, should women have women's only space where they don't have to worry about men being in those spaces? Yes, I think that women should absolutely have women only spaces where they don't have to worry about men being in those spaces, just like I think men should have men's only spaces where they don't have to worry about women and being in those spaces. Next question.
Do you, okay, my next question is, do you believe humans with XX chromosomes should have their own changing area?
I believe that no, humans with XX chromosomes should not have their own changing area because people aren't out testing chromosomes to verify that the people have XX chromosomes. So that would be kind of a stupid thing to say because we can't verify. We would just have to go off of trust me, bro. So I think that's a moot point.
Okay. Was there a time in history where we didn't have these complications that you just discussed right now, where civilization was kind of able to figure it out?
Yeah, there was a time where people didn't make
what
this
happened
an actual,
to confuse
hold on,
that?
You just asked me a question. I'm answering. Yes, there was a time in civilization that we didn't have these types of issues because the idea of transgender people weren't being politicized, and so people didn't put that much attention into people that were transgender men or transgender women, and so people just went about their business. That's, yes, there was a time where no one actually cared so much.
That is true. And I'll show you how evil your side is. Do you know when?
Are you talking about my side or are you talking about me? Because you kept saying me, now you're switching it to my side. I need, okay,
I'll say
so,
you personally
yeah,
because you defend this.
Go ahead.
I will.
Go ahead.
I'll focus on you. I will. I'm going to focus on you. I'm going to show you why you're uneducated and what you're doing is evil right now.
Sure.
Are you aware of the first time a minor female or a minor trans child appeared on a major publication within the United States?
No, I cannot name that right off the top of my head. I don't think that means anything because
okay, well, let's see if I can
finishing my answer. Transgender people have existed far beyond the creation of television. And so just because transgender people are highlighted while being on television does not negate the fact that transgender people have exist longer than the hatred towards transgender people has.
Okay, I have a question. Who claimed that transgender people do not exist? Did I claim that?
I didn't say that.
So why do you keep bringing it up as if it's a talking? What's the point of bringing up that trans people
You brought
exist?
up when transgender children appeared on television. My point is that even before they were on television, they existed. So just because
why would you bring that up as if I don't know
still
that?
Answering the question. Just because they're on television does not negate the fact that there is a history of those people existing. So just when they are on television, they get a platform where they're highlighted, doesn't negate the fact that they've already been here.
Well, okay, I really appreciate you. You do know that like the Nazis burned the trans books. It's Nazis, right? Mm-hmm. You know that. So obviously we're all aware that they all existed. So I don't understand why you keep talking about that.
I don't understand why you still haven't actually answered my initial question, why you are going down this diatribe about transgender people. Like, I don't understand any of this. None of this makes sense. So what I would like for you to do, because I know you may have more questions. Sure, you can get one more off or something, but I would like for you to specifically speak about how I have been hateful and harmful and how I have a case of orange man bad, because that was your original premise. Your original premise was your original premise is that I sit on here and I perpetuate, no, you changed it to a cult, but your original premise was that I sit on here and I talk bad about Donald Trump and I push the actual message that orange man is bad. And I negated that by saying I provide facts, information, and I lay out the actual case. It's not me actually engaging in propaganda. So I still need you to actually break down how I'm engaging in any type of propaganda that lends itself to quote unquote orange man bad. Okay. Can you define what a female is? Yes, I can define what a female is, and I can define what a woman is. I have no interest in going down the transgender. This is what the cult does. Okay. So why will you not answer what a female is? Because it has nothing to do with your original point. No, we all know why. Okay. What was your original point? Okay, I'm going to tell everybody.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Thank you. My original point was that women in this country, the kind that don't
that wasn't
have,
your original point.
I haven't even finished my thought.
Yeah, you didn't say anything about women with your original point. Stop lying. Be truthful. What was your
tell me
original
what
point
part of
to
this
what
is
you
a
said to
lie.
me?
Okay, I will. Tell me what part of this is a lie. My point was, in the United States of America, there are females who don't want
That's a
people listening.
lie right there. Just saying female. So I muted you for a second. Your original point is that I sit on here and I push the narrative that orange man is bad. You said that. You said that I propagate evil and hatred towards Trump because I push the narrative of orange man bad. There's
Correct.
no point in that conversation. Am I saying females or women? I didn't say anything about females or women or transgender people. So
I'm aware of that because you
okay.
can't
Now,
admit
would
to
you
what
like
a
to?
female
Would you like
is.
to actually?
What?
Would you
Why
like to?
can you not admit to?
Because you started with this point. So now, with that being said,
Exactly. What is
you,
a female?
Would you like to admit that you don't have anything and you would like to pivot to something else? Because you obviously want to talk about transgender people. That's fine. But I need you to admit that either you don't have an original point or I need you to answer the original point.
Okay, can I talk now without being interrupted?
As long as you're not talking about transgender people or women, sure you can. But if
Okay.
you go off of anything besides answering the question that I just had, where that's either you're admitting that you don't have basis for your original point, and then we can go to the next thing, or you give me that specific example that actually provides information about your original point. One of the two.
Okay, so I asked this gentleman right here a very simple question. Do you believe that females should enter?
I don't know if you are hard
Is
of
that
hearing.
the question I asked?
Hey, I don't know if you're hard of hearing or you're stupid. And I genuinely need to know which one I'm dealing with. And I'm not even being facetious. I'm not being facetious. I genuinely need to know, do you have a hearing problem or are you stupid? Because I can deal with either one. I just need to know which one I'm dealing with. So please come off mute, answer the question. Do you have a hearing problem or are you stupid?
I know what a female is. You don't.
Okay, so you're stupid. Got it. All right. So guys, this is what we're gonna do. I got a couple of thank yous I have to read off, and then we're gonna, I guess, go from that point. A lot of W's in the chat. W's in the chat for I think it's E1 It3 Gunner. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, saying stay awesome, happy holidays. You're ready for and you're ready for the GOAT last match. And are you gonna watch? Yes, I'm gonna watch. It's gonna be 5 p.m. Pacific for me. It's gonna be wild. I'm excited about it. W's in the chat for Neek. Neek's in a $5 donation saying this guy was on Dean's on Dean's last night. He's a joke. That doesn't surprise me. W's in the chat for Kat. Kat's in a $15 donation saying PDO. Oh, $15 to buy a nutcracker. Yes, I need that. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Adam, who sent a $5 donation saying, I successfully defended my master's thesis on Friday in biomedical engineer and prosthetic for a prosthetic arm. Thank you, Dean and Parker, for your support for the trans community. Almost 5 months on T. Listen, W's in the chat for you. Thank you so much for the 5 and congratulations on defending your thesis. And listen, we're always locked in. Family is family. W's in the chat for Allison. Allison sent a $2 donation, said, tell Rodrigo, pay links in the bio, pay $150 to talk to you. Listen, I mean, yeah, he can. I think that's a sucker move, but whatever. Like, we'll go. W's in the chat for Evie for the $5 donation, saying he asked to see the USA team contract, 48 years old. Yeah, I know. I don't really give a shit, but I know. W's in the chat for Evie for the 5. W's in the chat for Gina for the $4.86, saying this is the asshole from last night who you're speaking over Dean and use the boy reference. Thank you for challenging him on calling us females. Absolutely. Listen, when they say females, we know for a fact that they don't have any type of home training, period. I'm just gonna full stop. They have no home training. Their mother should have taught them better. W's in the chat for Darius for the $3 donation, saying there's unisex bathrooms in Europe. What's the problem? Exactly. Like literally, unisex bathrooms, unisex bathrooms exist here in the U.S. So W's in the chat for Marquisha for the $5 donation saying every question is about T people. Yes, he's obsessed with transgender people. I don't get it. W's in the chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation saying praise be to evil Santana. Listen, you know, I get down. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation. If he wants to date a transgender woman, he should just go and date a transgender woman. We don't hate the fuck. Also, is he using a voice changer? Is he? I don't know. Maybe. W's in the chat for Mad Scramble for the $5 donation saying, tell this idiot to use female as an adjective. Calling us females is insulting. Also, as a woman and a female human, I believe transgender women belong in women's spaces only. Caller can stop talking to us. Exactly. It's so funny how they always tell women what women should actually want in their spaces or not, when like I have had so many women openly and adamantly champion transgender women being in their spaces. W's in the chat for Lane, who sent a $3.33 donation saying, trans man here. I admire your patience. Crazy how brainwashed people are. It's sad how everyone falls back into my community. We never asked to be a political topic, yet we are. I'm just trying to live authentically and be happy. Exactly. They just want to live. W's in the chat for Roberta for the $5. Kick fun for the transphobic asshole. W's in the chat for Gunner, who sent a $10 donation saying, oh, it's elite Gunner, LOL. And you have a lot of patience for this. Idiot. Yes. Yes. Sometimes, listen, sometimes you got to have patience. And I try to exemplify that. W's in the chat for Addy for the $5. Why are they never concerned about trans men in men's spaces? Weird. Exactly. It's because they're pushing the narrative. A lot of other super chats as well. I'm going to go through these super chats as quickly as possible. Sorry, guys. I want to get caught up and there's a lot. W's in the chat for Evelyn for the $19.99 super chat to say he was arguing you to show proof of the contract for the team issue at pageant. Yeah, I know. Thank you for the 10. W's in the chat for Brat for the $2 super chat. He defended Trump walking into changing rooms. W's in the chat for Phil for the $5. This fool says he doesn't want to talk about trans people yet. He all brings him up. He's such a great debater. Sarcasm. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Feisty for the $20 super chat to say, I'm a woman and this has been, and I'm a woman that has been great more than once. Santana is correct. Thank you, Feisty. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 and thank you for saying that. And also W's in the chat for Feisty for the $10 super chat to say he's harmful to women. Yes. W's in the chat for Astro for the $2 super chat to say, shut the fuck up, transphobe. He's in the cult, in the Trump cult. Yep. W's in the chat for Sin, who sent the $4.99 super chat to say, I don't care if it's just me, but calling women females feels disrespectful. It is. It absolutely is. And that's what we're talking about. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Eclivis, who sent a $2 super chat to say, I will flame you. None of what you've seen proves your point. I guess, sure. You can either keep sending me money to read off your incoherent message, or you can get over here in the box and debate. I don't care which one. Ooh, sorry guys, that was a lot. W's in the chat for all the donators. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 2.1 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. Make sure you follow the main account. Look up at the top. You see the word follow. You're not following this account, hit that follow button, but follow the backup account. We're going to be on the backup account later. Make sure you're following both. All right, Rodrigo, I want you to lay out a premise of an argument. I'm assuming that for some reason you want to actually pivot to transgender people. I'm confused as far as what's happening.
Okay. Do you know the date when gay marriage was legalized in the United States?
When it was legalized under the Obama administration. I don't remember the exact date. I know that it was preceded by Obergefell.
It was June 2000. It was June in 2015 is when it was. Okay. June 26, 2015. It's not a gotcha. Okay. So the point is June 26.
Cutting in and out. I don't. Hey, really quick, Rodrigo. I don't know what's happening, but you're cutting in and out.
We have a major snowstorm.
Okay, because I can like hear every other word that you're saying. It's really bad.
Okay, I apologize. I can't do anything about that. So what I would like to bring up is, so on June 26, 2000.
Are you on Wi-Fi? What's happening? I can't hear what you're saying. That's the only reason I keep cutting you off is because it's like getting worse now.
Is that better? Is that better?
Keep talking.
Okay. So in June of that year, 2015, the Democrats won. They won. They successfully changed the thoughts of the United States, and they incorporated gay marriage. And that was a major victory for the left. So what happens when that happens, when somebody has a major victory like that in a political party? The problem is they, and when you don't have a cause to galvanize behind, then people don't donate money. So miraculously, a 9-year-old ended up on the cover of National Geographic in January of 2016, just a couple months later. And it said, the new movement is the trans movement. Why do you think they did that? Now, I'm just a little bit, of the realist. Politicians do things because they want to get money so that they stay into power. Do you believe that suddenly came a issue in the politician's mind? Because as you said, trans people always existed. But all of a sudden on that time right then is when it became really important to the left. Why do you think that is?
Sure. So before I answer anything else, is this Ryan or Rain or however you say your name? So yes.
My name, here I am. Okay, I know so all you guys wear tinfoil hats. My name is Trent.
That's fine. We don't.
Trent. My last name, you can write down my last name.
That's fine. I don't care. Wait, hold on. No. Shh. Don't give your last name. I don't care. I was trying to verify if you were someone that I had banned, and that was the point. So I'm gonna send you a request to come off mute. It wasn't about anything else. I just wanted to make sure you weren't someone who's not supposed to be here.
Okay.
That was the point.
I have a question for you. When you just said,
actually, no, I don't want to answer. I don't want to answer any questions about me. What I'm gonna do, there's actually a couple of people. Yeah, that's fine. Like I don't honestly, I don't see any value in talking to you about transgender people because like one, I am not a transgender person. You really are, and then you're still talking about the queer community as well. So I don't want to talk about that.
Why did you
but what I do want to do is one because I don't want you to dox yourself. Fucking stupid. Stop. I don't care. I don't care if you don't care about people knowing who you are. You're not going to do that on my platform. So what I am going to do though, before you actually go any further, I'm going to let Eli talk to you.
I was just asking a question.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let Eli talk to you because
why am I not allowed to ask
questioning information about transgender people.
Was that a bad question?
Wanted to actually, hey, seriously.
Why did you not allow me to ask?
I need you to stop. You're 48, bud. Have some listen to me. Stop coming off mute. Again, it's me, the host, muting you right now. Have impulse control or fucking leave. I'm dead serious. Like, I don't want to do this. I'm trying to get a sentence out. Stop.
Bye, my guy.
Run. I don't give a shit. Run. Exactly. Fucking coward.
He got scared.
He has impulse control. I'm serious. I can't deal with this stupid shit. Like, I'm not going to sit here and talk over people. Like, you can't have a fucking conversation like an adult and you're 48 years old. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's because he's seen me before. I know who that person. I've gotten to the point where Eli's the recognizable trans guy on the app. They see me and they fucking leave. They don't even give me a chance to fucking cook them in public because they want to come up here and spew all their bullshit. They don't want anybody to challenge them. They don't want anybody in the audience to hear factual information. They don't want to hear themselves, sound like idiots themselves. So they just end up fucking running. And honestly, it feels nice. Like, you are so afraid of trans people that one gets on the panel with you and you fucking flee. Like, you are so afraid of me, bro. I even went and like put a t-shirt on. Like, I was going to actually come up here and have a civil conversation with you, but you're scared.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't engage and he wouldn't engage and like, he couldn't get past his initial points. He wanted to do the trans thing. Like, it's weird that that's all they want to do. And I don't fucking get it, Eli. Like, it's honestly, it's tiring because it's not like there's any founded information or anything that they can really speak to. It's just the fact that they're scared of transgender people because they don't know transgender people, and so they want to run their bullshit because they can villainize them since, you know, they're such a small percentage of the population. It's fucking weird.
The reason why is because if you like, there's a bunch of people spamming his following list is suspicious. The reason why they do it, it's not even because they're afraid of us. It's because they're afraid of being exposed.
Yeah.
They're afraid of losing their scapegoat. They're afraid that if they don't continue to project this, they're afraid that if the facts get out about us, they won't be able to use us and including not just trans people. They're also because now they're going for like the queer community as a whole. They're just hyper fixated on trans people. When they start to lose that argument, that they default and they go back to like the queer community as a whole. But the reason why they're so afraid of us is because they're afraid of losing the scapegoat that they have in us if the truth about us gets out and their lies stop circulating. So that's what they're actually afraid of. Because if we stop being the scapegoat, then we start paying attention to people like his following lists, and we start paying attention to statistics about the most homophobic people who end up being the most closeted people. That's what they're afraid of.
That's
but yeah,
exactly what it is.
If anybody wanted to know.
Yeah. Well, Eli, I'm going to drop you down. If he comes back,
Sounds
or if
good,
anyone
man.
else, comes back, feel free to come back up. You know, you always have a spot here.
For sure, man. Thanks for having me up.
All right, have a good one.
See you, man.
Solid. I got word on the back end that you wanted 8 minutes with him. I doubt that he would have lasted 8 minutes anyway. So I'm sorry about that.
No, I had an 8-minute ETA before I was available. And so I probably would have got a smooth 2 seconds. I feel like Eli.
You wouldn't have liked him, Solid. He does the thing that bothers you the most. He overtalks like at all times.
Well, here's the deal, right? That is a tactic to run away, right? He wanted to be kicked. That's why he refused to stop unmuting. But one thing I wanted to bring up to you is the idea of bulverism. Have you ever heard of that before?
I have, but please enlighten the chat.
So bulverism is the act or the ideology that you skip to the end and start explaining what makes somebody wrong without having first proven that they are wrong, right? So there was so much presupposition that the natural order of things was his ideology, right? When we talk about like sex and gender are completely different fields, right? You're talking about biology versus sociology, right? Where you talk about biological, sexual, reproductive assignment, and then on the other side, how society treats that assignment, right? Those are the two, right? So he wasn't even able to separate those two ideas. And I think that Eli made a great point when he said that he couldn't allow that to be challenged. And so when the cavalry arrives, not that you weren't doing a great job yourself, right? But when the cavalry arrives, when we show up, when the gang shows up, now it's time to skedaddle. Now it's time to run. Because
and even more than that, like I genuinely didn't want to go down the pathway of talking about transgender people because it irritates me so much that not only are people so like uneducated, but like they don't have any basis in it, and even more so, it's just hateful rhetoric, right? And it's not like, you know how it is, Solid. They barely have facts or information, period. But then when you're talking about transgender people, they're just making shit up. And that just like, it irritates me so much. So
just making shit up. And then there was priming happening at the beginning because he says, are you open to learning something? And then you say, well, no, I've talked to thousands of Trump supporters and no, I can't possibly learn anything from you. And then commences to say all the same stuff, XX chromosomes, like dressing rooms, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, how was I supposed to learn from you if you're just repeating the same thing that the last guy said?
Yeah. And that's my point. Like, I'm not avert to learning. It's just that due to the nature of what I do and how many people I've spoken with, it's, a track record that they're not going to teach me anything. and that's all I'm leaning on. So
That's I mean, that's the long and short of it, Brody. Like I think all I wanted was to kind of troll him a little bit. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you for letting me up. Thanks again, brother.
No, listen, you know for a fact, if you want to come back, you can. You always have open invite. So I appreciate
we'll make it work, Brody. We'll make it work. I appreciate you.
Yep, have a good one. All right, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also, can we knock out the donuts? That's a daily gift goal. Can we knock out the donuts, please? Because once we get past the donuts, we're going to my favorite, which are the kissy hearts. I love the little kissy hearts. Absolutely love the little kissy hearts. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? I'm going to take that as a no because you immediately teacupped. So we'll go ahead and move on. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. Let's see here. No worries, Gene. Joanna, are you a Trump supporter? Joanna, are you a Trump supporter?
No, sorry.
All right.
I was tapping the screen for.
No worries. I appreciate you. Yeah, it is. Venmo is working. I got a couple of thank yous I'm going to read off here in just a second. I'm just trying to get someone up here. MAGA Fighter, are you a Trump supporter?
Play Farm Sim, Santana?
Don't know what Farm Sims is, so I can't play that. I'm sorry. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Howdy, partner. Mm-hmm. 45, 47. American Advocate. I think I've spoken with you, right?
Yeah, I think like 1 or 2 times before.
Okay. Did you crash out, or are we gonna actually be able to talk?
No, I didn't crash out.
Did you slur or anything?
No.
Pinky promise?
Yeah, I promise you.
No, pinky promise.
Yeah, pinky promise.
I don't believe you. Are you gonna do something weird?
No, I don't do weird stuff.
I kind of feel like you might, but okay. Give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. Just 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Please don't do anything weird while I'm reading off thank yous, okay? We're good? I'm gonna mute you just to be safe, okay? All right, just to be safe. W's in the chat for Soup for My Fam, who sent a $2 donation saying, oh, release Solid to play reindeer games. I'm sorry, I just saw this. W's in the chat for Kathy for the $5 donation saying, why are men worried about restrooms? We also have doors. Love you, Santana. I love you more. They're not actually worried about it. It's about control. If anyone is wondering like what it's really about, it's all about control. W's in the chat for Melissa, who sent a $5 super chat to say, Mel the Butterfly says that the term female is an adjective that describes a noun. Using it any other way is dehumanizing to women. As a woman myself, I welcome trans women into my spaces. Exactly. Like that's what it is. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying trans man here. Why are MAGA so concerned about what's in our pants, but not worried about all of the PDF files that are in MAGA? That's disturbing. Exactly. They don't really care about that. W's in the chat for Darius for the $3 donation saying gay rights wasn't a victory for the left. It was a victory for mankind, but also no one talks about trans people as much as conservatives. Exactly. Like they talk about, they try to say that it's identity politics, but that's the only thing they have to stand on. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying the Mariah Carey voice, Rodrigo, why are you so obsessed with me, with us donkey? We don't know or want to know. Like anyone in the LGBTQI plus cares about him. Like that's the whole thing. That was in the chat for Hector. Hector sent a $5. What up, Hector? Sent a $5 donation. On June 26, 2015, the country won. Equal rights was finally moving in the right direction in spite of the country mediocre record of that issue. Another marginalized community, rightfully so, chose to seize the opportunity for their own betterment, and I stand with them too. Exactly. That's all it's about. W's in the chat for Jay for the $1 donation. And as a trans man that nearly lost my life to hate and having multiple brain surgeries from it, these people that hate us for no reason break my heart. We just want to live our truth. Exactly. They just want to live. And W's in the chat for Kelly for the $20 donation. And I found you through Dean and Parker. Thank you for what you do. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. You're so kind. You're so amazing. Fucking thank you. W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say, I think it's time to go Samuel Jackson, Ezekiel 25:17. We might have to break it out. And W's in the chat for Taro, who sent a $2 super chat to say, W Farm Sim kid, protect him at all costs. Maybe. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, we can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, I really want to try to get to 1 million likes today. That would be super cool and awesome. Can we get everyone tapping the screen? I would love to get to 1 million likes. All right, American, thank you so much for being patient. I'm going to send, you're already on mute. So help me understand, how is it that you still support Jimothy in this day and age with the massively, overwhelmingly harmful things that he's still doing?
Well, you know, it's the border. It's doing much better.
Okay, how so?
Well, I mean, you have, you know, much lower border crossings. You know, it's much safer, less runaways.
Okay. So I definitely agree that border crossings are down. But I guess the question I have for you is, do you think the border crossings being down justifies the massive amount of negative harms that are being that are occurring due to his policy with deportation?
Well, I think you have to deport, you know, the bad people, you know, who, didn't follow the law and, you know, want to come here for bad intentions.
He's not deporting people, though. That's the problem.
Well, there's been like mass deportation, so I mean, I think it's been successful.
It hasn't. He's hiding what he's doing under the guise of mass deportation, but he's deporting at a lower rate than both Obama and Biden. What he's actually doing is imprisoning people for free slave labor at concentration camps.
Well, I mean, from what I heard, I didn't see we opened any concentration camps, you know. In this country.
Yeah. Alligator Alcatraz is a concentration camp. Seacott is a concentration camp. He threatened to reopen Rikers and put 500,000 people in it. When it holds 50,000 people, that would be by proxy, a concentration camp. And then also he is deporting people to countries that they're not from and selling them into free slave labor.
Well, you know, yeah, I think Alligator Alcatraz actually got closed down.
No, it's still open. It got closed down. There was like some issues with the infrastructure and then also human rights issues, but the judge deemed that they can actually open it back up. But overall, like the Alligator Alcatraz still falls within that category, even more so because there are, I think it's 1,800 undocumented immigrants that are missing, that they have no idea where they are. Or I'm sure they know where they are, but there's no record with what we're seeing as far as ICE taking undocumented immigrants there versus the amount of people that are the paperwork show that are listed there. So like there's 1,800 people missing.
Well, you know, I think, you know, I haven't really seen anything, human rights violation wise. I haven't really seen anything like that happening.
Well, yeah, that was literally a lawsuit that got ran up to like federal level courts, and that was Like they were shut down because of infrastructure reasons, and they were trying to redo because of flooding, like it was put together in such a shitty way. And so then at one point, court ruled that they are violating human rights, and so they could stay shut down. And then, you know, they appealed it and all this other stuff. Regardless, they've been keeping people in 2x2 foot cells. And then again, like I said, they I don't want to say they lost people, but there are people that they can't locate, which is a problem.
Well, actually, they'll get reunited.
Not to the extent of 1,800 people. They're supposed to be in federal custody.
Wait, so you're saying these 18,000 people are like criminals?
I'm saying these people were undocumented immigrants that were detained by ICE, and then once they were detained by ICE, they were taken to Alligator Alcatraz, and then doing a audit of the people that were there. The numbers as far as the people sent there versus the people actually being there, they don't add up.
Well, you know, ultimately, I think you know, I don't really see any wrongdoing being done.
You don't see any wrongdoing done with losing 1,800 people.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, you know, I think it's just a temporary, and you know, Alligator Alcatraz is just like a temporary, you know, relocation area, and you know that they'll be sent somewhere better.
Somewhere better, like where CCOT, because that's where they're sending them as well. Also, they're selling them to different countries internationally to sell them into free slave labor.
Well, you know, I think, well, I think, you know, and you know, a lot of these like cities, big cities, they're building hotels for undocumented immigrants. So I think they can get, you know, decent hotels. I mean, that's what the Democrat mayors do all the time.
Yeah, that's not true. You're talking about situations that occurred in New York, but that occurred because Republican governors shipped asylum seekers to other cities while keeping the funds that were designated for asylum seekers. And these cities had to actually find somewhere for them to stay. And so they reopened condemned hotels and made them livable in order for those asylum seekers to have somewhere to be after they were shipped to those cities by Republican governors, specifically from Texas and Florida.
Well, I mean, if we're being honest here, you know, for the Texas border, I mean, the southern border was overwhelmed. I mean, what can Texas really do? I mean, you can't have all these, like, what was it, like 10 million people? You can't have all those people, you know, at the border. It's just, they were completely overwhelmed.
Why were there a bunch of people waiting in the border to come into the country?
Well, I mean, you know, I can't answer that question, but
I can. Title 42. You know what Title 42 is?
No.
Title 42 was the emergency act that will allow Donald Trump to shut down the southern border during COVID. And then after COVID had deemed to be over, Joseph Robinette Biden actually tried to keep the southern border closed under Title 42, but the Supreme Court ruled that since we're no longer in a pandemic, then he can't actually keep Title 42 in place. And so the people that have been waiting at the southern border got into the country. But again, that has nothing to do with one, the undocumented immigrants that come across that aren't seeking or who aren't seeking asylum. And then also two, it wasn't 10 million people. It was a lot of people, but it wasn't 10 million. So. W's in the chat for Marie. Marie sent $1.11 donation saying they also deported combat veterans and Purple Heart recipients to Korea. Exactly, which hasn't been he hasn't been there since he was 7. This was never about safety. It was simply about achieving their sick white ethno state dream. Exactly. We know what it's about. W's in the chat for Marie. Also W's in the chat for Phil for the $5 donation saying don't do the pinky promise. Historically, promise breakers cut their pinkies off. Exactly. That's why I always want them to do the pinky promise, because if they lie, they got to cut their pinkies off. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. If you're in the request, make sure you are a Trump supporter and ready to debate. American, I'm not exactly sure where we're going with this, but I have directly spoke to what's being done. I guess the question I would have for you, if the border was actually something that Donald Trump cared about, if it was an actual issue, why has he not passed any type of legislation, or hell, even brought legislation in front of Congress to try to secure the border versus him just like having this scattershot plan as far as what he's doing with ICE?
Well, I think, this is your first day back. You declared a state of emergency at the border.
Mm-hmm. And that did nothing.
Pretty much handled it.
No, that did nothing.
And like some executive orders too.
No. Hey, I need you to address what I said. Him signing that EO that declared an emergency at the border, that did nothing. What did it actually do that's substantial, that was different than what was occurring under the Biden administration?
Yeah.
Nothing.
So, what I would say is that, we didn't really need a bill to be passed, and
wait, no. Answer what I just said.
Wait, what was your question again?
My question was, you said the first day he got into got in office, he signed an executive order declaring a state of emergency at the border. I said, what did that gain? Name something that occurred with him signing that EO that is different than what was occurring under the Biden administration.
Well, I think with that, EO would send a message to the people who want to come here for bad reasons, that, it's not going to be easy like it was, for the past 4 years.
Okay, so the only thing that it did was somehow send a message. It didn't actually tangibly change anything at the border. So nothing, right?
Well, I mean, when you look at the border, it's on the news every day. People aren't climbing over the wall, and at least they're actually building the wall back up again.
They're not.
Well, I mean, I think soon they will.
He hasn't advocated, championed, or said anything to the wall. Like, that's not something he's worried about. Also, again, he hasn't put any type of legislation towards fixing the southern border or anything like that. Do you know why border crossings are down in the United States?
Well, it's because we're much more aggressive on that policy.
You know what? I'll kind of give it to you. Yeah, sort of. Sure. It's because of human rights violations. Literally. Donald Trump, this Trump administration, they're actively harming. You remember how I said they're like using people, for undocumented immigrants, for free slave labor and sending them to concentration camps? You remember I said that?
Yeah.
Okay, so while he's doing that, other countries are saying like, hey, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go to the United States. So other countries are telling their citizens, do not travel into the United States. And then at the same time, the United States has now been added to a human rights watch list because of the treatment towards undocumented immigrants, right? Violating their constitutional rights and the unethical treatment. We've now officially been added to a human rights watch list. And so we can directly see the correlation between the things that the Trump administration is doing and how it negatively impacts tourism, right? Did you know that tourism year over year is not only down, but some of our major places within the United States that rely on tourism, like Las Vegas. Las Vegas has lost over $85 billion so far this year because of Donald Trump and the actual policy that he's utilizing when it comes to the deportation and what he's doing to immigrants. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And that's not only like Las Vegas, but other places throughout our country, like LA. LA, they're having hard times. New York, all across the board. Any of the actual areas where normally are as a tourist attraction, we're seeing like massive hits. And then even more so, we are seeing a massive drop from Canadians coming into the US, because not only is the Canadian government saying, hey, careful going into the US, but also they're specifically boycotting us because of Donald Trump's policies when it comes to tariff and the way that he's treated Canada. So overwhelmingly, Donald Trump's policy has not only been negative as far as violating the human rights of people looking to come into the country, but it's been so negative that we've lost billions of dollars.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, I think, it's all temporary. The losses,
so?
I think you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it back up. I think with the tariffs, you're actually bringing, trillions. I think by 2030, you're gonna bring in, I don't know, 50 trillion with the tariffs. So I think that'll
Who
make
pays
up for it.
tariffs?
Yeah, the importer.
Okay, and then what do?
They pass it on to the company.
Okay. Well, the importer is the company, but they pass it on to who?
I believe the corporation.
The corporation is the importer, is the company. I feel like you're not answering this question on purpose. Who do they pass it on to?
I believe it's.
Let's say fast forward to the very end. Who is the last person that have to pay the increased prices due to tariffs?
The consumer.
Got it. Consumer. Is it a good thing to raise taxes on Americans? Just by your premise, do you think it's a good thing to raise our taxes?
Not really.
Okay. So generating quote unquote revenue, tariff revenue, especially long term, that's negatively impactful when it comes to American citizens, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we shouldn't do that one. I don't know.
Well, it's all temporary. It's not going to be long term. It's not going to be for like many years.
Says who?
Well, I think Trump has a, I think he knows. I think he has good advisors. That's a detailed plan.
Who's his advisors?
Fundamentally, I think fundamentally he has a strategic plan. And all of this.
Who's his advisors that are shaping the strategic plan?
Well, he has people like Scott Bessent, who I think got like a financial degree. So he knows what he's doing.
Scott Bessent is what is Scott Bessent? Is he the treasurer right now? Yeah, I think he's the treasurer.
Yeah, he's the treasury.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, and he's a smart guy. Also, he knows about finances and managing finances.
And don't forget about Peter Navarro.
Yeah, Peter Navarro. Was obviously weapon. The DOJ was weaponized against him.
I wouldn't say all that, but hey, all three of them have a through line, a common thread. Do you know what the common thread is between Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Peter Navarro?
Yeah, they have financial experience.
Well, yeah, but it's an organization that they all belong to.
What is it? You mean
the Heritage Foundation? They all belong to the Heritage Foundation, and they have all contributed in some way, shape, or form in Project 2025. Did you know that?
Well, I'm not sure if that's true.
No, it's literally true. Like they've all written portions of Project 2025. Like it's actually accessible. So this isn't like me speculating or anything. Like literally, they've been credited for their portion of Project 2025 that they've authored. Yep, do the Googles. And I think Scott Bessent was he was an economist for the Heritage Foundation or something. What was his official title? A second. Let's see. He was listed as a founding donor. Yeah, he was just listed as a donor. So he didn't have an official title with them like some of the other people did. So there's that. So the point that I'm making, right, is the premise behind the tariff policy and the procedures that you're referring to the Trump administration engaging in is something that has been written out within Project 2025, and even more so pushing it forward. Project 2025 speaks to the financial burden being shifted to the working class and giving more to the 1%. So help me understand this. If we are putting the people, the smart people that you say in place that are leading this economic push of the Trump administration, and the economic push that is occurring within the Trump administration is pro-millionaire and billionaire, how is that going to be beneficial for everyday Americans?
Well, I mean, you forgot that no tax on tips was included. Workers could keep their tips, and if you're in a lot of tips, you can put that in your savings account. That's a very, very good thing, actually.
Yeah, the reason I didn't mention no tax on tips, no tax on overtime is because there's a cap on it. There's a certain limit. There's so many different requirements around being able to achieve no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And also, too, the reason why I didn't mention that is because it's officially not happening for 2026. Did you know the IRS came out and said that there will be no changes to the 2026 IRS documentation as far as completing tax refunds? So the premise of having no tax on tips, no tax on overtime is not being added to the the tax forms. So again, for 2026, at least this upcoming tax year, no one's going to get that no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Well, I mean, maybe that aspect won't work out, but I'm sure there's other ways, Americans are being helped out.
Sure. Can you give me one specific way? Not just, one thing that benefits a small group. Can you give me one thing that overwhelmingly benefits the majority?
Yeah, I'm sure, those, what do you call it? The Doge checks are going to be given out soon.
Okay, so now are you just trolling me? Are you a troll?
No, I'm being serious. I believe they'll be before the end of the year.
Why do you believe that?
Well, because, I looked at many statistics, and, I think the tariff revenue should be enough, to give to most of America.
Wait, there's a difference between Doge savings and also tariff revenue. So you said Doge, you didn't say tariff revenue, and we can talk about either one of them, but I need to know specifically what information do you have that lends itself to either one of those?
Oh, I meant the tariff check, not the Doge check.
Okay. So tariff. All right. So you're referring to the $2,000 for tariffs. What up, Doug? $2,000 for tariff revenue, right?
Yeah, I'm referring to that.
Okay. So Scott Bessent has already said that those checks aren't going out. Donald Trump, who had been asked about it multiple times, said that he has no idea if or when they will go out. And even more so, Scott Bessent doubled down and said that the actual amount for tariff revenue could have possibly already been paid, or they could see it in some type of tax credit, which we know can't be true due to the fact of the IRS announcing that there won't be any changes to the tax form. So there won't be a place to add those possible credits in.
Well, I mean, I think, in terms of the tariff check, there's enough revenue. We've gained a lot of revenue on a monthly basis. So I believe, we'll get something,
How? In what shape or form? Again, even under that premise that we're just getting back the money that we paid, they're giving us the tax money back that we paid, but even more than that, the Trump administration, the people that are in power, the people that have control are literally sitting here saying that, it's not happening.
Well, something like this was done in New York, and the governor gave everybody these inflation refund checks. So, I think it can be done in New
Sure, but
York,
what does that have to do with what
nationwide.
we're actually talking about right now?
Well, they both, are refunds, so they relate to each other.
They don't, because again, it's not happening in 2026, and even the people that are in charge, i.e. Scott Bessent and Donald Trump, have openly admitted that they have no idea if or when this could actually happen. And even more so than that, something I mentioned earlier, like the quote unquote tariff revenue is currently frozen due to the litigation as far as the Supreme Court needing to make a decision on Donald Trump's tariffs, and then also companies suing the Trump administration over tariffs.
Well, I mean, I think
that's a tough one. I'm gonna give you a second. Hold tight for just a moment. W's in the chat for Mariah, who sent a $20 donation saying, "Thanks for making MAGA cry." Absolutely, Mariah. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for the $20. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Darlene. Hey, Darlene, who sent a $2 donation saying, "Debating American Advocate is a waste of time. He's always on Chris's live and gets cooked every time." Wow. Much love, Santana. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. And last but not least, guys, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account, but also follow the backup account. We're on both of them. We bounce back and forth. I'm going to assume this person didn't need to come up, so I'm just going to kick them. Because even if they did, it's a lot of background noise. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. I'm going to clear out this box real quick. Give me a second, because there's people here, and I don't know if the people here mean to actually be here. Let's see. Lawrence, are you a Trump supporter? Lawrence, are you a Trump supporter?
I made a mistake, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Crazy Catwoman, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, no, I didn't know I hit the button.
Okay, no worries. Drop you down.
Friends.
I don't think this person is a Trump supporter. I love you more, Heather. Guys, keep tapping the screen. We're almost at 500,000 likes. Can we get the likes up to 500,000 likes, please? What up, twin? Can we get the likes up to 500,000 likes? Guys, again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Rolly, are you a Trump supporter? Rolly?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Santana. That was a tapping error.
No worries, I'll drop you down. All right, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Cat. Cat sent a $5 donation saying he has the voice of Donkey from Winnie the Pooh. You mean Eeyore? He does kind of have an Eeyore voice. All right, American Advocate, can you actually, give me anything factual I can deal with? Like anything that you can substantiate? Anything based on reality? Like, because you keep telling me like what you feel, and I'm not gonna negotiate. I'm not gonna negate what you feel, but I can't prove anything that you feel.
What's up, my brother?
Hugh, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Why'd you come up and make a decision to use AAVE?
What is AAVE? Never
what
heard
you just tried to do.
Greet you?
I think you, that's okay. Hey, American, give me a second. Let me talk to Q for a moment.
Yeah, sure.
What's cracking?
Yeah, there you go again.
What?
It's all right, white man. It's okay. I got you.
Whoa, hold on, black man. Hold on.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your appropriation of AAVE.
Come on, brother. Nobody
Again,
knows.
I promise you, that's not needed here. Speak like you would with your in-laws. Talk to me like you would talk to your daddy.
Oh,
right?
you don't
So
you don't want
let's
me
keep
to
it
talk
there.
like that.
Hey, yeah. Talk to me like you would talk to your daddy. Anyway,
Okay.
How is it that you continue to support Donald Trump when this country is going to shit based off of the things that he's currently and actively doing?
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna put it in language you might understand. So the big homie, you know, he rolled up on the block and he helped all of us. You know what I'm talking about? He put.
Hey, so this is what we're not gonna do. I mean, I genuinely don't care about your perpetuation of racism. You're not good at this. And actually, matter of fact, you know what I just noticed? Boom. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera, and then you can do all the shit that you want to do. I really don't give a fuck if you turn on your camera. I will let you make yourself look stupid, but you got to turn on your camera to do it.
Hold on. You said
nope. Shh. Turn on your camera before you speak.
You said speak it.
Shh. Turn on. Hey, shushies, bud. I will let you say whatever the fuck you want. I genuinely don't even care. I don't care because you're not good at this. But before you can continue with your stupidity, I need you to turn your camera on. That's a requirement. Shh. I'm going to send you a request. Oh, can't even send you a request. It's still sitting there. Turn on your camera. Oh, listen, don't be a coward. Look, wait. Don't be a sensitive snowflake. Why are you such a coward? I'm sitting here telling you, you can do all the shit that you want to do. You can say all the fucked up shit that you want to say. I don't care how you speak. The only requirement that I have is turn on your camera. You can do it. You could listen. I'll let you go. Oh, the big homie rolled up on the block. I'll let you do all that bullshit, but turn on your camera. No, go ahead. Send you another request. So you're not gonna do it? So you're gonna be a sensitive snowflake. So you're gonna be a sensitive snowflake. Listen, you want attention. I'm trying to give you the attention that you want.
Baby.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and send you back to the womb land. If you decide to muster up a little testicular fortitude and come up and turn on your camera, I'll let you go. I'll let you do it. But you're not gonna do it hiding behind like a fake name and a fake PFP. You're not gonna hide behind the name Q and an actual cartoon profile picture. No, absolutely not. Fuck that. W's in the chat for Lee for the $20 donation saying, Santana, thank you, bro. Always appreciate your lives and checking that there's nothing the MAGA knows. Absolutely not. They know shit about shit. W's in the chat, guys. Also, W's in the chat for Markeisha for the $5 donation saying he wants to be black so bad, jealous. They really do. Like, again, they want to appropriate the culture. They want to be black without being black. And I get it. Like, being black isn't easy. It's not. It's worth it, but it's not easy. W's in the chat. William, are you a Trump supporter? William, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm going to take the immediate teacup as a no. Guys, again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Clearing out the box. This person is back again, but William, are you a Trump supporter?
I do not associate with niggers.
Okay, you couldn't even get that off. I muted you before you could say the N-word. I know. You're still trying. Hey, guess what? You just trying to get the N-word out doesn't mean anything to me. No one can hear you do it. Try harder, poo-poo. Try harder, poo-poo. It's okay. Also, guess what? No one gives a shit about you coming up here and trying to get the N-word off. You're not good at this. Like, you know what's funny? You racist incels, you need to update your resume. The fact that you're so fucking mediocre and you're still leaning on the same old racist tropes as your clansesters. Like, I don't understand what's happening, but that's why you're being left behind, because you refuse to update your resume. Like, I would respect you more if you came up with some type of new racist shit, but the only thing you can do is rely on what you already know, which was something that was passed down from your forefathers. So, like, fuck out of here. All right, American, that was trippy. Back to you. Is there anything that you can actually tell me that Donald Trump has done that is beneficial to everyday Americans? Anything, like just one thing.
Yeah, but first off, I wanted to respond to your super chatter. I don't know this Chris guy. I never met on his live, so I don't know who that is at all. And about your question.
What did Chris say? I can't remember.
Well, I don't know who that guy is. I never heard of him.
Oh, saying how you got cooked on Chris live. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, that person's a phony.
Sure, that's fine. Can you substantiate anything that Donald Trump has done that is beneficial to everyday Americans?
Yeah. So, what he's done is, he's Well, I mean, he stopped, people taking our jobs, like people, keeping us safe from criminals not taking over our cities. Tren de Aragua has been horrible in New York City. They've been attacking people in the streets, teenage groups, and you can't deport them because they're underage, and it's really bad. And buy and let them in, obviously.
So your premise is that Donald Trump has been keeping the city safe because gangs within the United States, people that come from other countries, it's somehow rampant. That's your premise.
Yeah, I mean, there's been videos all over the news, all over YouTube, but about Tren de Aragua, and they're attacking everybody.
Sure, I don't really care about videos because anyone can post any type of videos. That's not a thing. Can you point me in any direction with any verifiable source like police reports or credible articles talking about the recent issues of Tren de Aragua in New York City?
Well, and I've seen it myself. I mean, I live in Staten Island, and it's pretty terrible.
Cool. So you live in Staten Island?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. How far do you think you can see in front of you?
See what?
Just period. How far do you think your vision goes? I guess
goes pretty
to be
far.
more specific, if you stand on, thank you for the galaxy, Lexi, I appreciate you. If you stand on your front porch in Staten Island, can you see Times Square?
Well, I mean, not that far.
Okay, cool. So I guess like you seeing what's happening in New York City doesn't account for like everything that's happening in New York City, right?
Well, ultimately, it's pretty obvious what's been going on.
Hey, sure, if it's obvious, I mean, like we'll have a police report or like I said, some type of credible source or anywhere that I can verify this. That's not you telling me about your lived experience, right?
Well, I mean, ultimately, it's all over the news. I mean,
Sure. Give me one place that I can actually verify this all over the news information.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find a source right now.
Sure. Go ahead and do that. Guys, while he looks to find a source, tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to, we're almost at 500,000 likes. I was saying I really want to hit 1 million likes, but you know what? You guys are slipping on your pimping, so I don't know if that'll happen. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can get the likes up, at least to 600,000. Let's get it up to 600,000 now. Also, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Trump supporters, I think the Trump train is over. I think the massive amount of harmful things that are occurring from Donald Trump is directly the reason why the Trump train is over. We could talk about the e-files and the pictures that were just released yesterday, 95,000 pictures, and holy shit, are they damning. We can talk about the war crimes that Donald Trump is committing and how he's actually trying to pressure the ICC into changing their constitution so he doesn't actually have to face the consequences of his actions. We can talk about his declining health because that's the thing. We could talk about the building blue wave. Even he's openly admitting that he's going to get smashed at the midterms. And we can even talk about Republicans, ours, that are fighting back. Yes, literally, Indiana said, Trump, go fuck yourself. We're not approving this map. Like, it's crazy. So W's in the chat for me. And if there's anyone that disagrees, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to prove me wrong, get in the box. Get in the absolute box and we'll go from there. American, did you find that source?
Yeah, the source it's from NPR.
Okay, sure. What's the title?
Yeah, so it's Tren de Aragua, all you need to know about the Venezuelan gang.
Okay, and this is going to tell me about the actual issues they're having in New York.
Yeah, I mean, they've been terrorizing New York.
Okay. How do you spell Tren de Aragua? I'm like, I know for a fact. How's that spelled?
It's TRENDE.
Oh, I see it because it's separated. There we go. Got it.
It's like
What's the title again? Trinidad what?
All you need to know about the Venezuelan gang.
All right, so this article is from March 16th, 2025. Let's see, Trinidad Venezuela gang president is targeting in his legislative deportation formed in Venezuela prison branch became a multinational crime organization, pulled off brazen attacks on places like New York City to San Diego and Chile. Trinidad Spanish for a train of founded in 2014, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, the gang largely controls Torcoran prison. Crimes in 2014, Venezuela. Expanded the United States home to about 700,000 Venezuelan immigrants. Trinidad is suspected in a shooting of 2 New York police officers in the unalivement of a former Venezuelan officer in Florida. Arrests in Pennsylvania, California, Okay, so I've just skimmed through this entire thing. And while it does mention New York twice, the first time saying that it spans from all the way from New York to Santiago, Chile, speaking of the reach that the gang has internationally, and then also citing a specific incident that happened in New York City where the suspect is connected with Trinidad for a pew-pewing of 2 police officers. This doesn't say that there is a massive widespread threat of Trinidad in New York City. So help me connect the dots with this.
Well, I mean, it's Trinidad. I mean, I think a lot of people in New York City know about this gang. I mean, it's been on local news like ABC7 Eyewitness.
Right. And see, I'm accepting that premise. But the point that I'm getting across is that, like, the information that you just shared with me, it doesn't specifically cite like the mass spread impacts that it's having on New York City. You said that it was something that's occurring, that's mass spread impact on New York City. And while I will grant you that this article says that they have reach as far as New York, and there's one specific case that a possible gang member is connected with, can you show me how they have rampantly been like terrorizing New York City?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's mostly like a group of like, youth and like teenagers. I think they actually beat up an American teenager somewhere. Like,
so you're saying that a random group of Trinidad youth beat up an American kid in New York?
Yeah, I need to find the source.
Right, but that's your example of widespread. Okay, let me give you an example of what I think is widespread rampant crime. There is places where like Grand Theft Auto is rampant, right? Certain areas where the rate as far as vehicles. I used to live in Atlanta, right? And for a while there was a bit of an epidemic. I don't know if it's still happening or not. I would have to check, but there was a widespread rampant movement where there were kids breaking into cars. Like they were literally busting out windows to get in cars. And so much so that people were like even leaving their windows down or leaving their cars unlocked, like, hey, and leaving notes saying, I don't have anything in here, just don't bust out my window, right? So that was like a thing that was happening in Atlanta when I was there. So much so that there were multiple news articles that was written, and there was like increased police attention as far as the car break-ins. It facilitated more people doing valet parking, where people would literally you would go to like a lounge or a club or whatever, and you would have people standing in the parking lot just to watch over the cars to make sure people weren't breaking into the cars. And so that is an example of what I would say is like a wide, rampant spree of crime. And I can verify all those things with not only like the crime reports, the police reports, the increased amount of requirements for valet parking, and all of those things. So now, understanding that, can you actually, David, no one cares about proving shit to you in the comments. I'm going to mute you. You come up here and you tell me, yeah, I can't even send you an invite. Just come up here. You come up here and tell me whatever you want to say. I don't give a shit about what you're saying in the comments. But that's an example of what I would deem to be a widespread crime, and I can prove all of those things. So can you prove what you're saying similar to the way that I can prove what I just said?
Well, you know, I mean, I just think it's been a rampant problem because, you know, that's what happens when you have uncontrolled migration.
I mean, I hear you, but like you made a specific claim, and I'm just saying, can you validate your specific claim?
Yeah, I mean, I have another source if I can pull that up.
Okay, yeah, take your time. Take your time. Guys, if you're in the request, make sure you're a Trump supporter and you're here for some debates. We're only looking for some debates. Keep tapping the screen. If you are over on the YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up button over on YouTube. If anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Brookhaven, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What state do you live in?
Chicago.
Of course, it's always Chicago. What time is it?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. What's the
No, this guy's legit. He's been on teen.
That's fine. Hold tight. Mute for me for American citizen. I'm sorry. You said it's 3 o'clock?
Yes, sir. Well, on my phone is 3 o'clock.
Okay. Can you tell me 4 cities that are in Illinois?
Inglewood. I stay in Inglewood.
It's in California.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me?
There's no Inglewood in Chicago. I'm sorry, in Illinois. The actual city?
I stay in Inglewood.
Inglewood's up to no good.
Yeah, again, there's no Inglewood.
What? There is.
Wait, someone saying there is. Okay. Is the Inglewood, is that a county? Because I'm not seeing, oh, wait, hold on. These are like the most popular ones. Okay. So maybe
I don't want to give out my address.
Yeah, I don't care. I just want you to name 4 cities. I don't care about where you live. I just want you to name 4 cities in Chicago.
My mom is from Jamaica, if you're wondering about my accent.
Yeah, I don't care. I just want you to name 4 cities in Illinois.
I don't really know. I just moved over here last year.
You just moved to Illinois last year?
Yes.
From where?
Jamaica.
Okay, so are you an American citizen?
Yes, I am. I stayed with my mother in Jamaica for like my whole life, and then my dad, he's from Chicago, so just moved over here. I'm feeling really uncomfortable because like I don't know, your fans or your comment is, I don't know.
I don't have fans. People in my community or in my comments, like, yeah. So you just moved to the US a year ago.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what that was. Do you know US politics?
Yes, sir.
How much do you know?
And I support Trump for numerous reasons. Well, one of my main reasons is probably like trans women trying to go inside, the bathroom, going in women's sport. Why do you guys?
I won.
How do you guys get?
Wait, hold on, stop for a second. American, you fucking coward! Did you just run and then say that you won? Not him running and saying that he won at the same time. Did you hear that? Did you hear? You saw that, right? He just ran while screaming he won. Did you see that?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if that guy was talking.
You definitely didn't win. You got dog walked. W's in the chat for Feisty for the $5 donation saying he was on Parker's or Dean's yesterday. Thank you for $5 super chat. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation. Saying Brookhaven is disingenuous. He only discusses his hatred for the transgender community. I remember this guy. I remember this guy. I heard him talking to Parker, and he was kind of going back and forth with some of the stuff that he was talking about. Okay, cool. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. You and I can talk.
Why do you guys keep on could you please just answer the whole, I just want to debate about the trans thing. Why do
I don't want to debate about transgender people. I'm not transgender, but if you do want to actually engage with transgender people, there's amazing transgender creators that host their own lives where if you want to actually for some reason debate them on their existence, which is fucking weird, you can do so. I mean, we have Eli hosts their own lives. We got Lainey hosts their own lives. There's a lot of transgender people that actually not only are a part of the community, but are willing to actually, debate you on certain things. Yeah. I don't think that it's necessary to debate whether people should exist or not. I think that's stupid, but hold on, still speaking. But the point that I tend to really, really struggle with, right? This is me. This is what I am struggling with. It's the fact that you guys are like fucking NPCs that can't say anything except, I hate transgender people.
I never said that.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you actually name anything that Donald Trump is doing today that is overwhelmingly, overwhelmingly beneficial to everyday Americans?
Exactly. You're proving my point. You guys always run from my conversation. That's like
because
saying,
I don't want to talk for transgender people. Are you transgender?
So I have to be something to talk
Question
about.
For you: are you a transgender person? Yes.
I have. No? So do I have to be an animal to talk about animals?
Yeah. No, you don't. But answer the question.
So
are you?
I have freedom of speech.
Hey, bro, lock in. I promise you, I'm going somewhere with this. Just answer the question. Are you a transgender person?
No, I'm not.
Okay, perfect. So you're not a transgender person, and I'm not a transgender person. Listen to what I'm saying. You're not a transgender person. I'm not a transgender person. So since neither one of us are a part of the community, me on my platform, I don't want to have this conversation about transgender people since neither one of us are a part of that community. And since neither one of us are a part of that community, I would like to focus on what Donald Jimothy Trump is actually doing.
You're just scared. Just say you're scared to discuss it.
I hear you. Listen, you can't bait me into actually talking about something that you want to talk about. I don't give a shit about your talking point. I want you to
why did you ask me why do I disagree or why do I support Trump?
Yeah, I said, tell me something
and I gave you
Donald Jimothy Trump is doing that overwhelmingly benefits everyday Americans. Go.
Yeah, so I gave you a reason. You said, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that." No, I'm
saying,
when other hold on. When other people come up here and say,
"Tell me something that Donald Trump is doing that the reason why I don't
I let you talk, but you're not letting me talk.
It's my life. The reason why I don't want to do that is because one, I've already had this conversation on the live, and I don't want to do it again. Two, I've heard you speak multiple times, and I know for a fact the only thing that you want to talk about is transgender people. Three, I know for a fact that you don't know American politics, and that's why you're running from talking about anything else. And that's why you want to talk about transgender people. We can talk about the rampant hate, misogyny, or stigmatism that is perpetuated within the Black community as a whole, and specifically from other countries as far as the Black community when it comes to people within the queer community. I don't want to do any of that. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't want to talk about transgender people because you don't have anything else. Now, I would like for you to tell me something that Donald Trump is doing that overwhelmingly benefits everyday Americans. Go.
We could talk about abortion.
Okay. Sure.
Wait, so you're asking me stuff, and then when I tell you, you're like, "Oh, you can't talk about this."
This is the problem that I have with abortion, right? Do you have a uterus?
So I have to have things or like do the things in order to talk
what
about
I'm saying is like
that's literally what you're saying.
You guys know what I'm saying is you guys never want to actually talk about anything that is like of substance. You guys always want to go to identity politics. You don't want to talk about tariffs. You don't want to talk about the economy. You don't want to talk about international policy. You want to talk about identity politics. Cool. This is my stipulation on abortion. I'm willing to engage with the conversation on abortion, but I do have like.
Are you going to let me talk?
Sure. I have two stipulations. First thing I just need to verify before we get too far in it. Your idea as far as abortion being, I'm assuming, wrong, is it rooted in your religious belief? or is it rooted in the Constitution? What gives you your morality when it comes to abortion being wrong?
The Constitution and my religious beliefs. But
Okay.
like I said, so
Okay, perfect.
you want to indulge, you want to indulge in this conversation?
Yes, this is how we're going to do it. Well, actually, you know what? Fine.
So you're
I'll let
picking
you-
and choosing what the people could debate about, but you're asking people why do they support Trump?
Yeah,
and
I
they're
am
like, tell me
picking and
why I
choosing
support-
what people get to debate.
All right, so
about
that doesn't
because
make
it's
any
my
sense.
platform.
You actually don't want me to like basically
my
tell you
platform.
why I support Trump. You're
Yeah,
just
I
picking
mean,
and choosing
I would
what
like to
people can
know,
say.
and based off of what you say, I can make a decision whether I want to talk about it or not. It's literally how I do things here. Cool. So this is what I'll
That
do.
doesn't make any sense.
Well, it doesn't have to. It's my live. But this is what I'll let you do. I'll let you tell me your whole thoughts on abortion, right? And then I'm going to tell you what I'm willing to engage with when it comes to abortion. But I want you to be able to say the thing you want to say. So go. Floor is yours.
I mean, with abortion, I feel like it's morally wrong to take a life of a living organism. You know, there's been cases in Minnesota, Michigan, Florida, where babies' spine has been broken, you know, by you know, in those clinics, and it's really sick that people actually support, you know, those things. I don't understand why people against people that stand up for right. Like, America is a very twisted country. You know, everything that is wrong, you guys make right, and everything that is right, you guys make wrong. I feel like it's sick, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So your premise is you don't want babies losing their lives. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So
do you want babies losing their life?
I was just about to say, how about I say this? Or how do you feel about this? I agree with you.
All right, so you're pro-life.
I'm not. You know what I am, though?
That means you don't agree with me.
No, listen. Like, I sit there and let you ramble. So, like, hear me out. I got a great idea for you. And since you and I align, right? You and I align on we don't want babies to lose their lives. And
sorry. Why is your like comment so xenophobic? Why is everybody?
Yeah, I don't give a shit about the comments right now, but I'm talking.
I mean,
to
of
you.
course
Lock
you,
in.
of course you
Okay.
don't.
Hey, stop trying to actually get us off topic. I need you to lock in for me.
That's what you did
I'm
at
sitting
first,
here,
actually.
Hey, Bub, get it together. I'm sitting here telling you I agree with you.
All right, so you're pro-life?
No, I'm not. So you and I agree on the end result, right? Which the end result is we don't want babies losing their life, right? But we disagree
right. Yeah,
as
I don't
far
want
as the premise is what we should do, right? Because you think what? Let me make sure, because I don't want to make any assumptions. If you had it your way, would you implement like a nationwide abortion ban so abortion couldn't occur within the country?
Oh, yes, I would.
Okay, cool. All right, so understanding your premise, right, and understanding that I disagree because I don't believe in that because abortion is healthcare, right? What if I offer you this? Let's make a deal. You and I lock arm in arm, hand in hand, and we march down Pennsylvania Avenue, and in order to save the lives of babies, innocent babies all across this country, you and I, we do this together. We march on the Capitol. We march on the president's house, the White House, and we demand mandatory vasectomies. How do you feel about that? If we actually go,
it's happening right now.
Mandatory vasectomies?
I mean, people are like protesting about, you know, being pro-life.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you and I, let's advocate for mandatory vasectomies because, like, my premise as far as like abortion, that's healthcare, right? I don't want to restrict women's bodies, but if you really want to get to the root cause of the issue, right? If you really want to dig deep into like what's causing the actual problem, it's men, right? It's men in the baby batter, because literally, if you eliminate the men in the situation as far as them being able to get the women pregnant, then you eliminate the need for abortions, right? Vasectomies are—
Wait, sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Say that
if
again.
you eliminate men getting women pregnant, then you eliminate the need for a vasectomy. So by addressing men, right, in the mandatory vasectomies are safe and efficient and even reversible up to 5 years. Now, of course, depending on the
Wait, hold
individual.
on. Wait, you don't think women willfully like want to get
I don't want to talk about women. I don't give a shit about talking about women. I'm trying to
what? So that's the whole point of abortion?
No. See, that's your point of abortion. See, listen.
No, it isn't.
Listen, hear me out. It is. Shh. Listen, hear me out. Because again, it gets both of us to the end result, right? It gets us to the end result. We both agreed already that we don't want babies losing their lives. That's what you said. You said that, and I agree with you. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So since you and I are both agreeing on that, right?
Yeah.
Since both of us are agreeing on that, what we are saying. Hold on a second.
Wait, how are babies being born?
Sorry, 1 second. One more time. Oh, sorry. I'll try not to say that. If we actually go through mandatory vasectomies, it's safe, it's effective. It's reversible up to 5 years. It's a quick outpatient procedure, right? Quick snip. Recovery time is super quick, and it's more safe and effective than any type of birth control that women can be on. So whether you talk about the shot, whether you talk about IUD, whether you talk about the pill, it's safer than all of those actual forms of contraceptive.
So that
what we actually
taking a
do,
life?
then we actually wait, and that's my point, right? We don't even have to worry about taking a life. If we implement mandatory vasectomies, we never get to the point of conception, and so we don't have to worry about unaliving babies. So if you address the root cause of the issue, then we no longer have to worry about that.
Okay, so the root cause most of the times, right, are women.
No, they're not. It's men.
Yes, it is. So you're telling me there's never been a case where a woman has like willfully wanted to get pregnant?
Sure.
Exactly. So it is. So you just lied.
Brookhaven, tell me the case where women can get pregnant without a man, and we're not talking about, like creating embryos or anything, like people having sex. No,
I understand what you're saying, but you're trying to make it.
Listen to what I'm saying. Tell me the case with a man and a woman having sex, and the woman can get pregnant without the man. I was told I can't say the word I've been saying, but
I understand. I understand. I never said that. All I said, I said you're making it. Oh my God. You're making it look like only men is the cause of pregnancy.
No, what I'm saying is if you're so worried about,
I said women play a part in it as well.
Hey, Brookhaven, you're having an amygdala response right now because I've told you something that threatens the way that you think. I know it's scary. I just want you to listen to me for a second. Stop trying to talk. Stay on mute and just listen to me for a second. If you and I both agree that we don't want babies unalive, we've already agreed on that. I'm sitting here saying that if we can stop it from the very beginning, right? If we can stop the need to unalive the baby from the very beginning, then why shouldn't we do that?
Yeah, because you have selfish women. So you have prostitutes who goes out there.
What do women have to do?
Hold on.
Why do you keep pivoting to women?
Because women are the sets who gets the abortion. What are you talking about?
Yeah, wait. Hold on. Stop.
Slow.
Wait, Brookhaven. Listen, you're crashing, bud. We're not talking about women. This isn't a conversation about women. This is a man. Chat.
Abortion is about women, though.
Hold on. Abortion is. We're not talking about abortion. See, that's why you're having a hard time right now. Chat.
I'm talking to them.
Hold on. Chat. This is a man's only conversation. Chat. This is a man's only conversation. We don't want to talk about women. We don't want to talk about uteruses. We don't want to talk about abortion. We're talking about how we can ensure that abortion never happens. We're talking about men. We're talking about semen. We're talking about vasectomies. All right, Brookhaven, you understand now? So
bro, you are worse than Parker and being, bro.
I know, I hear you, but listen, you're not engaging, and you're being really emotional right now, bud. I need you to engage.
I'm trying to get the understanding of your argument. It doesn't make any sense.
The understanding of my argument is you're so focused on controlling women. I'm sitting here telling you, you literally are, because for some reason
you're trying to defend women for whatever reason, trying to seek some sort of validation from women when you're not.
But okay, I hear you. You're being very emotional. Listen to me. Can you address what I'm saying about men? Could a
man produce a baby on his own?
No.
Exactly. So what do we need?
Mandatory vasectomies.
You need a woman, right? So how is only a man the cause of pregnancy
I didn't say men are the only.
I mean, that's why
cause.
you're saying you don't want to talk about women when women is basically the
because you're
whole
not listening
problem.
to me. If you don't understand what I'm saying, that's fine. Just let me know and I'll.
I am
I'll
understanding
reword
what you're saying, but you're not making any sense with it.
Okay, just because I'm not making sense to you doesn't mean that it's not making sense at all. It's not making sense because you're literally having a fight or flight response right now, and it's challenging your way of thinking so much it's scaring you. Listen to me just for a second. All right, cool. Let's say, run with me on this hypothetical, Brookhaven. Every time I put a pizza in the oven, I burn my hand. Every single time. Okay. Every single time I make a pizza, I put it in the oven, I burn my hand, right? Okay. But it's only when I make pizza. I can put lasagna in the oven, I don't burn my hand. I can put chicken in the oven, I don't burn my hand.
Don't burn your hand. Okay.
Right. If I say, you know what? I'm not gonna stop eating food. Hold on, listen. I'm not saying I'm gonna stop eating food. I'm just saying, you know what? Since it only happens when I make pizza, I'm not gonna put pizza in the oven anymore. Or I could say, you know what? I'm gonna wear mittens and try to not burn my hand, but there's still a possibility to burn my hand. Or I'm not gonna eat food out of the oven at all. Like I can say all of these other things. Would it be better to address that one thing that keeps me from burning my hand? Or do you think I should go to other extremes as far as looking for other options when this one option will fix it?
Okay, so the pizza, I guess, represents the man.
No,
like I said,
represents a pizza. I'm literally just
no. I understand your analogy. So you're basically saying the pizza is the man, right?
No,
but then it's not only the man. The pizza, bro, do you even let people talk?
No, you're misunderstanding. You asked the question. You asked the question. I'm answering.
Yeah, but I'm not finished. You just yap.
But you're wrong from the beginning. No, the pizza does not represent the man. I'm telling you. You asked me a question. You said the pizza represents the man. I'm saying no, the pizza doesn't represent the man.
Bro, what?
Okay, do you want me to answer your question?
Sure, you're all over the place.
So, Brookhaven, no, the pizza does not represent the man. The pizza represents the problem, not the man.
Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is having abortion.
Exactly. And how does abortion occur?
By a man getting a woman pregnant.
Exactly. So you're just singling out. You're singling out men. So you're just saying, okay, men is the only thing because you don't want to talk about women because you're not a woman. That doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying, what it doesn't make sense to you is I'm sitting here saying is that if you genuinely, if you really care about this, if you really want the root cause of the issue resolved, then you would go to the root cause. You wouldn't go to a byproduct.
Women are the root cause.
Can you tell me how women can get pregnant if a man does not impregnate her?
So we're not talking about pregnancy. We're talking about abortion. Women are the cause of abortion.
In order to get to abortion, you have to have a pregnancy, right?
Hold on. So
Brookhaven, in order to get to abortion, you have to have a pregnancy, right?
Oh, so you're saying all the times women get pregnant is because a man rape a woman? That's what you're saying?
I say that.
Because you're basically saying only.
But I need you to answer this question. I need you to know. Hey, I need you to not dodge the question. I need you to answer it.
Doesn't the woman of the group?
I need you to answer this directly. Can you have an abortion without a pregnancy? Yes or no?
No, but doesn't the woman? Hold on, could you please answer me? Doesn't he need consent from the woman to have intercourse? Yes. Right? Exactly. So isn't the woman playing a part in the pregnancy as well? If she's not playing,
the case.
That's what you're saying. So if she doesn't play a part in it, then that means it's grape.
No, bud, you're not listening. Okay.
I am. You're not making any sense.
You're not. You're talking about. Listen.
I don't even think you know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Listen to me. Your premise as far as like consensual sex or whatever the case may be, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about consensual sex. We're not talking about grape. We're not talking about any of those things. Like that's not the case. You and I, the only thing that we've agreed on, right, is that we don't want babies being unalive. That's the point, right? And so my point is, if we can stop that end result, listen, the only way you can hear me is if you stop talking and listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. If we both want to stop that end result, which we've already agreed on, if we go to the very starting point, not the second point, but the very starting point and address the issue at step number 1, instead of step number 2, 3, 4, or 5. If we address step number 1, because again, step number 1 is men giving their sperm to women to start the pregnancy process. If we can eliminate that step, then we eliminate the need for abortion. So can you address eliminating the first step that ends in abortion?
Okay, so cool. So you're basically saying that if men, I guess, stop, sleeping with women, then abortion would stop. So you're
I'm not
basically
saying that. No, I'm not advocating for meat watching. I don't care. I love sex. Like, I have no interest in telling people don't have sex. I don't care what people do in their bedrooms. The point that I'm getting to, right, is the end result is abortions, right? And we don't want abortions. So what I'm saying is, because we can talk about like, oh, women shouldn't be able to have them. Okay, cool. We can also talk about like, oh, contraceptives, condoms, IUDs, all this other stuff. And we can even talk about like, oh, just don't have sex. Like all of that. That's another thing. But again, my point is, if we eliminate the very first thing, which is men being able to produce the sperm that will impregnate the women, then we don't have to worry about unintended pregnancies, which then could possibly result in abortions. If we can eliminate
that's why that goes back to my whole point of me saying, what about women who wants the all right, so
if people make a decision, if
women should take accountability in that too, right?
Sure. If a man and a woman want to have a child, wait, did you hear what I said about abortions at the beginning? They're reversible. Did you know that? So if a man and a woman gets together, and even if a woman wants to have a baby and the man doesn't, you know what the vasectomy stops? The vasectomy stops the woman from being able to trap the man into having a baby, right? So even if a woman wanted to have a baby and a man didn't, and he had a vasectomy, there's nothing she's going to be able to do to get herself pregnant by him. This is a win-win. This is literally a win-win.
I'm talking about abortion. So what is the cost of abortion?
You know why
you're saying men? You're saying men are the cause of abortion?
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what you're saying.
I'm not. When did I say men are the cause of abortion?
You're saying the reason, if we want to stop abortion, then men should keep their penis in their pants. That's literally what you're saying.
See, this is the problem. You're only hearing what you want to hear.
That's what you're saying.
I'm not. Stop it. Listen to me. You're only hearing what you want to hear because it does not fit the narrative as far as controlling women or keeping it in their pants. I have said already, I love sex. I'm not meat watching. I don't care about people having sex. I have never said men need to keep it in their pants, and I've never said women need to keep their legs closed. I don't care about either one of those things. What I am saying is if you eliminate the possibility of an unwanted pregnancy by giving the man a vasectomy where he can't deliver the sperm to a woman, where he impregnates her, then it actually takes care of the entire issue. And we don't have to have conversations about keeping it in your pants. We don't have to have conversations about condoms or IUDs. We don't even have to have a conversation about abortion because we're addressing the root cause of the issue and it's reversible. So if there is a situation where a man and a woman decide together, hey, we want to have a child, then the man can get his vasectomy reversed, and then they can have the baby that they wanted. There's just no unintended pregnancies. So since there's no unintended pregnancies, there's no abortions.
Okay, cool. So if men, I guess, don't participate in that activity, I guess abortion will stop. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not advocating for men not having sex. I think you're
I understand, but I'm not trying to say the word. I'm just saying, like, all right, if
their sperm isn't a part of the process. Yeah, correct. If there's no sperm, then there's no conception.
Okay, I agree. All right.
Exactly. Now, so we agree. So we should be advocating for mandatory vasectomies.
You're pro-life. So
I've never said that I was pro-life.
Let's get to the main point of abortion because I don't know why you're trying to.
Hold on.
I don't know why you're trying to run.
Wait. Why do we need to talk about abortion if we've already agreed that we can address the issue with mandatory vasectomies? Why do we need to continue to talk about abortion? That doesn't make sense.
Because you're not addressing the elephant in the room.
No, the elephant in the room is that you want to control women's body.
the
The elephant in the room is that you want to control women's body, and you're getting upset because I won't let you talk about controlling women's bodies. We literally just came to the resolution as far as how we avoid abortions.
All right, so
like you and I just agreed that if you stop men from being able to deliver their sperm, there's no need for abortion. So now why do you want to keep talking about abortion?
Okay, so you're saying I'm trying to control women's body. How am I controlling this woman's body? I care more about the child than like her body.
I care as well. So again,
obviously,
hey, Brookhaven, we've already solved the problem. Why are you going back trying to get into the problem?
No, we did not solve any problem. Has abortion stopped?
Again, no, it hasn't. But how are we going to fix it?
So we didn't solve any problem.
How are we going to fix it?
Your argument didn't make any sense.
Brookhaven, how are we going to fix abortion?
Women have to own up on
you just agreed to it. No, see, listen, it's just you.
What am I doing?
Stop. Brookhaven, at this point, you're being willfully ignorant. If you and I have already agreed that as long as we eliminate the sperm being delivered from men, then women can't get pregnant. If women can't get pregnant, then we don't have to worry about abortions.
What I'm trying to say is
talking about women keeping their legs closed is unnecessary. I don't care about women keeping their legs closed because I want people to be able to have sex. I don't care. Like, the point that I'm making is if you address the root cause, which again is men and the sperm, then nothing else matters, because we're not talking about abortions anymore, because there's no need for an abortion if you take care of the sperm. I want you to stop and think about that for a second. I got to thank a couple of people. And no, just hold on and think about it. I want you to let that percolate. I want you to let that percolate inside of your brain for a few minutes. I'm going to read these thank yous off. W's in the chat for Roxy. Roxy sent a $1 donation saying, born and raised in Jamaica if you need me. I got you, Roxy. I appreciate you. W's in the chat. Exactly, Kay. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation saying, oh, this must have been earlier. I'm sorry. Yes, he did. He thinks transgender people are discussing the mental illness and crashes out at the blink of an eye. I can tell. And he was upset that I didn't let him go there, but we're good. W's in the chat for Gerard for the $2 donation saying he argued that rape is lesser wrong than a person being transgender. That's fucking wild. I'm not going to do that one. W's in the chat for Markeisha, who sent a $5 donation saying he hates women. Sounds like mommy issues. It's always that. Absolutely.
Hate women when I was
in the chat, still reading off donations. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying this trashy incel just hates women. Yeah, he does. He absolutely hates women. W's in the chat for Nikki for the $2 donation saying guest needs to go to therapy. Love you, Santana. I love you more, Nikki, and I agree. Therapy is a great thing. W's in the chat for Addie, who sent a $1 donation saying men like him really make me wish I was a lesbian. Like, WTF is this? Does he think we're just having abortions for fun? I'd be unalive without an abortion. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Kelly for the $5 donation saying I don't think he knows what a vasectomy is. Ooh, Kelly, that is actually a good point. We might need to make sure that he understands, because a lot of times I just take that for granted, thinking they do know that. W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say it's amazing that he wants to blow BS, then get bent when it comes to consequences of their speech, or it blows up in their face. Also, is
this a debate, bro?
I'm not sure. W's in the chat for Nep for the $10 super chat to say this caller needs to stop obsessing about controlling women and trans women. I doubt he cares about trans men as much. Hopefully one day in general we'll truly be equal to men. I hope so. I really hope so. And W's in the chat for Brandon for the $1.99 super chat to say, ask him if he knows what a vasectomy is. I absolutely will. Oh, sorry. Last but not least, W's in the chat for Andrea for the $3 donation saying, guest literally blames women 100%. He supports the case of Adriana Smith. Also justice for her. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, if anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Hey, Brookhaven, do you know what a vasectomy is?
Hello?
Hey, do you know what a vasectomy is?
A what?
A vasectomy. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so now that makes more sense as far as why you're pushing back on that. Why wouldn't you just say, hey, what's a vasectomy?
All right, you gonna let me talk this time?
Well, no, that's a question. Why wouldn't you say?
All right, no, you're not gonna let me talk. So how is this a debate?
Well, if you don't understand the words that I'm using, then what's the point of that? Like, I've wasted my breath explaining to you mandatory vasectomies when you don't even know what a vasectomy is.
Like, you literally talk over people's voice, and then you just yapping. You don't let me talk at all. So this isn't even like a debate. You're just venting.
It's really not. It makes more sense now why you haven't gotten this, because you don't understand the words that I'm using. Why wouldn't you just say, like, hey, what is a vasectomy? Or
you literally
at the very
said men
least,
were the cause of
while I've
abortion.
been yapping, then why wouldn't you go look up and see what a vasectomy was?
You said men were the cause of abortion.
I didn't. You're not understanding things because you don't understand what I'm trying to advocate
You said
for.
if men stop getting women pregnant, abortion will stop.
Brookhaven, do me a favor.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Brookhaven, do me a favor, because like you're at this point, you're showing your ignorance.
And then like your delusional fans are
at this point, you're showing your
So not
ignorance,
brains
and not
either.
even ignorance anymore. It's shifting to the point of stupidity. So do me a favor.
You love
I want you to go look up what a vasectomy is.
possible.
I want you to go look up what a vasectomy is, Brookhaven. Can you do that for me? Just go Google that real quick. Go.
What was the
take a
word?
shoot of vasectomy.
All right.
Just go look that up really quick. I'm gonna place you back on mute. Unmute after you know what a vasectomy is. Okay, perfect. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $1 donation, saying, please tell this guest that women don't need his virtual signaling. I think a lot of people do that, and even more so, like, he's an ultra crepidarian. Like, if I didn't know what something was, I would continue to have that conversation. 1 second. W's in the chat for usage for the $5 super chat to say, why is he so worried about the USA laws when he lives in the Bahamas? Do you live? He said he's Jamaican, and he said I kind of have a feeling that he's lying. W's in the chat, guys. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Santana speaks for you. Pay links and link tree in the bio. All right. Did you find out what a vasectomy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a vasectomy?
It prevents men from, I guess, fertilizing.
Right.
All right. So
Right.
what is so you're basically still proving my point.
No. So think about it. Now that you know what it is, it's literally the process. It stops men from being able to fertilize the egg, right? And so a lot of times where people have abortions, they make a decision that they're not ready to actually have a child. And so they have an abortion, right? So if you can eliminate unwanted pregnancies, then it gives you the ability to eliminate abortions, right? Because you don't agree with abortions, and because you think that we need to not unalive babies, I think we don't need to unalive babies. And so instead of talking about abortion which is the byproduct of a man impregnating a woman, we can stop the very first step, which is the portion where the man has to impregnate the woman to get to it.
But this argument isn't going to go anywhere if you're just going to keep not addressing the elephant in the room. It's women who are the cause of abortion. Why do you keep making it look like it's only
not
men?
Women. It's not.
It
women.
is.
It's not women, because you and I both have already agreed that in order to.
Man, I'm going to join Dean live. Catch me on Dean live, yo.
You're not going to join Dean because he's not going to let you up. You can run all you want. He's not going to let you up. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Say you don't understand something without saying you don't understand something. Like, I'm sorry. You just learned what an abortion is. And then not only did you just learn what an abortion is, you keep wanting to talk about the byproduct of a problem instead of talking about the root cause of a problem. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You know, like, these people, they chat my ass. And they chat my ass because like they're not actually interested in doing anything that's beneficial, right? The only thing that they want to do is repeat the same talking points and control women. And I have no interest in you doing either. Dodge, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Dodge, can you tell me why? I thought the Trump train was officially over. How can you still support Donald Trump in this day and age?
Well, I'm going to start this off by saying that, you know, I wouldn't consider myself MAGA. I think both sides have great points, but I would lean more towards Trump's points in this last election.
So can you tell me what points you voted for him on, and can you tell me what he's doing today to actually bring those points to life for you?
What he's doing right now, I can give you 2 examples. I'll let you pick which one you want to go. I would say where he exposed all the tax money that was going to pointless things, and then he's trying to make a deal where he's getting the deaf stuff off of farm equipment and heavy equipment.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk about the F drug because the premise of the F drug is kind of a moot point, right? Not necessarily moot because it's not important. It's moot because of the misconceptions behind it. Most F drug is legally brought into the country. So like there's that. But I would love to talk about like how he has gotten like these tax dollars or whatever that are being funded to unnecessary places, how he's addressed that. Tell me about that one.
So with that one, so he had a team hired up to go through all the tax money and where everything was going to.
Oh, wait, you mean Doge?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, where it was going to these countries and all for, I mean, in my opinion, pointless things that my tax dollars were going to.
Okay, do you have an example?
An example, there was one country, it was like, God almighty, what was it? It was a country like I ain't even heard of, to be honest with you, but it was something with like the trans rights on something like to let them come out, and we was paying for this movement in another country.
Okay, so your premise is some type of money for trans rights in other countries or whatever, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Before I go too far, do you know what the term soft power is?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, so soft power is the United States being able to implement their influence across the globe where they don't have to utilize the military or sanctions, things like that. They can literally influence the ideology of America in a kind of covert way, right?
Yeah.
So a sense of like soft power, preaching the goodness of America is doing things like, providing funds so PBS can be played in Iraq, right? So kids can grow up learning about America and, they not have such a negative viewpoint of America versus having a positive viewpoint of America. Or, thank you for the shades, America actually providing like essentials and things that other countries need. So again, there is the idea that, America is such a great place. It's, we're the place where everybody wants to go and everybody wants to be and all this other stuff. So that's the overarching premise of soft power, being able to spread the ideology of America without needing to use force. So what do you think about that?
In some premise, I like it, but at another premise, I think there's a lot of problems in America that we could use that money for instead of, I would say, let's help America first before we go. Like I said, I would give the shirt off my back to anybody in need, right? But when it's my own, I think of these countries as families, right? We're all one big family, right? You got cousins you don't like, but you get along, right? So if I'm going to help my immediate family before I go and help these other families.
Okay, I mean, I can get behind that. The issue is that even with Doge, who said that they were cutting funds, do you know how they went about actually cutting funds?
Well, it went to other programs and all, but yes.
Well, no, not necessarily. What they actually did was targeted contracts that had already been paid, meaning like they're saying, we're ending this contract and it's going to save us, $100 million. Well, it's not going to save $100 million because the contract isn't $100 million, or they say we're ending this $100 million contract and it's going to save us the money. Well, the agreement on the contract was either funds had already been paid. So you could say it's $100 million, but already 60 million had been paid. So they're not saving, 100 million, they're saving 40, or in more cases, the contracts were guaranteed. So even if you said that we're going to end this $100 million contract, they're still getting paid for that $100 million contract. So
but they're
the
not
actual
going to be paid again.
Sorry again. Say it again.
They won't be repaid. And
yeah, I mean that's true. There's no future premise as far as additional contracts, but it doesn't save us any actual money. It may save us money in the future, but it doesn't save us money as far as what we've already paid. Like we've already paid it. So ending the contract does nothing beneficial. But even more than that, right? The premise behind Doge actually saving any money, what did Elon Musk say about the passing of the BBB?
I was not aware of that one. No.
So Elon Musk, who was the head of Doge, who was the person that was championing Doge, Elon Musk said even before the BBB was passed and after the BBB was passed, is that literally passing that piece of legislation completely wipes out anything that they were doing at Doge, because it literally took away any type of savings that the country would have. So the actual tax cuts not only wiped out any of the gains that were made by Doge, but then Donald Trump and the Trump administration has completely eliminated Doge as a whole, right? Months before it's supposed to happen. They've gotten rid of Doge. So not only did it equal up to nothing, even the person that was the head of Doge said that it didn't do anything beneficial because of Trump.
No, I mean, yeah. So I get what you're saying there. Yeah. I guess I never really read into the numbers to see if it was beneficial. I knew that they had canceled it. I thought that, there was some good behind it before it got canceled.
Okay, but I mean, the premise of good has been completely wiped out, and that's the point that I was making.
Oh, yeah. I get that 100%.
Okay. So, oh shit. Hold on 1 second. Chat, I didn't know we're super close to 1 million likes. Guys, we're at 800,000 likes. Is there any way that we can get to 1 million likes? Holy fuck. I did not realize that. Chat, lock in. Let's get to 1 million likes. Holy shit. I didn't realize we were almost there. Keep tapping the screen. Let's fucking go, chat. W's in the chat for Dragon Wizard, who sent a $5 super chat to say, God bless your patience, Santana. Keep up with the good work. I'm trying. W's in the chat. Also, W's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $5 super chat to say, how is stealing from the VA and adding to the military budget good for us? Double Talk, aka Bonvine fecal. Fecal matter. Bonvine fecal matter. Or tax cuts for the rich. Yeah, I mean, that's all it was. That's literally all it was. W's in the chat for Sean. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. This is the main account. Hit that follow button, but also follow the backup account. Follow the backup account because we will be on the backup accounts later. So make sure that we are following the backup account, which is down here. Hey, help me understand this, Dodge. How do you feel about farmers?
Farmers? I'm a 5th generation farmer myself.
You're a 5th generation farmer. Holy smokes. Okay, cool. Dodge. What do you think about what Donald Trump has done to or for farmers?
I will say his first term was actually pretty good. This second term, as far as prices on what we grow and what we do. The beef industry, a little bit upset with what he said here recently. But you know, it is what it is. Like I said, his first term, I have no complaints. That was some of the highest prices that we've had in a long time. Second term, you know, we've had a couple of good years on beef, and it does need to drop. The price of beef does need to drop, all for our sake, but the cost of everything else has gone up, and nothing is going to come down is my only concern with it.
Yeah. What if I told you that most farmers would completely disagree with you about him being good in his first term? Do you know what the bankruptcy spike was that occurred under Donald Trump when it comes to farmers?
I heard about it, yes.
There was a 24% increase in bankruptcy claims under Donald Trump's first administration, and the trend is now continuing under this current administration. Like literally, Donald Trump came into office, and then he, after like his first tariff war with China, which was a need for the subsidies to be added.
Oh yeah.
And the government subsidies, and so they were held in place by Joe Biden. You know what Donald Trump first thing he did with those government subsidies when he got back in office?
It took them away.
Exactly. So like he was the original cause of needing the subsidies. And when he got back in office, he took those subsidies away, so much so that it's been overwhelmingly harmful to farmers, where the actual bankruptcy rate is spiking again for farmers. But he is, you know, we had a whole quarter where China didn't buy soybeans at all. You just mentioned the beef market. At the same time, he cut a deal with Argentina to import beef while screwing over America. And Argentina made a deal with China to allow them to import soybeans. So Donald Trump stabbed farmers in the back on beef and soybeans, which is two of like the major things that farmers actually, you know, do.
With the deal with Argentina, though, even if America bought every single bit of their beef, we would still only gain 2.5% of the beef needed in the U.S.
Okay. I guess I'm not understanding what that does as far as not helping the farmers, the beef farmers here in the U.S.
Well, so it really doesn't make a difference because, you know, I mean, government is what it is, and I ain't never going to think of nobody.
Right. Well, but even if you're saying like it's not a big deal that we cut the deal with Argentina. I mean, wouldn't it be a big deal in the sense of him not being America first, which that was the premise that you wanted, right? You said that you wanted him to be America first, but instead of addressing anything that's happening with our beef farmers here in the U.S., he's immediately looking for other deals.
Oh, 100%. But as I said before, our price of beef, sorry, I'm sitting here working at the same time trying to talk to you. At the same time, with the price of beef, it does need to come down for a consumer standpoint. I mean, nobody wants to go and pay, you know, $20 for a steak at the store.
I agree.
So with this deal, I know what he's trying to do, but at the same time, like I said, I wish that everything else would fall if the prices are going to fall too.
Well, and so this is the thing, like he had to go in and specifically take tariffs off of things that impact the price of farm goods, including beef, right? And coffee and all this other stuff. So even in that sense of like him trying to do something that would help the farmers, like he just made it so when he originally put those tariffs on, the taxes were higher on beef. Now people can now buy imported beef at a lower rate. So again, that still doesn't help farmers. Also, really quick, chat, lock the fuck in. We're at 905,000 likes. Let's get to 1 million likes. Holy fuck, we're almost there. Tap the screen, chat. Let's get this to 1 million likes. That would be an awesome fucking day. We would be at 1 million likes. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are fucking awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
So, I mean, if we're going to talk about pregnancies, if we're going to talk about presidencies that really hurt us on my family's farm, at least I can talk. President Obama's. So we used to be in the dairy industry. And as you know, the dairy industry has fallen off completely to where if you're not milking 5,000 head, you're not doing nothing. Small farms on a dairy don't work anymore unless you're bottling your own milk, this and that. You know, having some way to market your milk to yourself, you know. So with President Obama, he opened up milk on a world trade, and that drastically dropped it. And last I checked, I want to say milk was, now this has been a couple of years, but milk was as low as it had been since 1970.
Okay. I'm trying to understand your point. So are you saying that
I'm just
Obama's the
saying,
problem?
man, the government sucks when it comes to farming.
Yeah, I mean, we can agree on that. The issue that I have is because, like, a lot of times people want to continue to talk about like what was or how it used to be and all this other stuff, but like the thing that I like to try to deal with is present tense. Like, right, where are we right now today? And while I can understand that like there's no presidency that overall has done great for the American people or even necessarily for the farming industry, I mean, there may be some ups and downs and all this other stuff. The thing that I'm trying to stick to now is like, how are you continuing to support Donald Trump when he's actively harming you, your family, and Americans? And that's where I'm going with this. Like, he's working against us. It doesn't make sense at this point. Like, he's actively working against Americans.
Trump, to me, is not a president, but he is a businessman. And with, I mean, America in itself, it needs to be ran like a business, as import and
Why do you
export.
think that?
Why do I think Trump's a good businessman? Because
Why do you think he's a good businessman? And why do you think that it should be ran as a business? Because the country isn't a business, it's a country.
Because the country is importing and exporting, same thing as a business does. They have, you know, expenses and they have profits. But Trump has made millions having multiple businesses that are and have been successful. Yes, some have tanked and been bankrupt, but for the most part, he has made millions doing his own businesses.
Okay, question for you. You know how much money Donald Trump inherited from his dad, Fred?
Oh, millions.
Way more than millions. 415 million, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that if Donald Trump would have just taken that money and invested it in the stock market, that he would be richer today than he already is? Like, if he would have just took the money and went and sat on the beach, never came down a golden escalator, never did any of those things, just actually put the money in the market, you know, he would be way richer today than he is.
Without a doubt. But I mean, big risks, big rewards too.
Okay. My point being is that there's not been any big rewards, right? There's been big risks. There's been multiple bankruptcies, including bankrupting a casino, which is unheard of, right?
Yeah.
But the premise behind people saying that he's a good businessman and the country is a business, neither one of those are true. He's a billionaire because of inheritance and his proximity. I got to pause for a second. Hold on. 1 million, a million. W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. You guys are fucking awesome. 1 million likes. I fucking love you so much. 1 million likes. Let's go. Let's fucking go. You guys are awesome. I want to see the W's going for you guys. Going. You guys are awesome. Now, let me throw this out to YouTube, because YouTube, I don't want to leave you guys out. YouTube, they did 1 million likes on TikTok. We're at 380 likes on YouTube. Let's see if we can get up to 500 likes on YouTube. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Let's see if we can get up to 500 thumbs up on YouTube. We're at 381 now. I bet you guys can't do it over on YouTube. I bet you can't. All right. Yeah. I mean, just to kind of like put a ball on this, the overall premise behind Donald Trump being successful in business is he doesn't have a track record of success. He doesn't have a track record of growth. He doesn't have a track record. Did you know that he's made over $5 billion since coming back into office?
5 billion? No, I didn't know it was that high.
Yes, hasn't even been in office for a year, and he's made over $5 billion. He's made more money since coming back into office than he did his entire life. Howdy, partner. So the thing that he's been able to do is parlay his presidency into making money off the American people, which again doesn't speak to him being a good business person. It speaks to him being a good grifter, right? We can talk about his bankruptcies, but we can also talk about Trump knives, Trump steak, Trump vodka, Trump water, Trump the board game, Trump University, all of these things that have failed because he doesn't know business. And now our country is literally failing because he doesn't know business. We can talk about the farmers, and which I understand that because it's personal to you, but we can talk about the unemployment rate that has spiked under him. We can talk about inflation, which is up under him. We can talk about the GDP, which has shrunk under him. We can talk about all of these negative things that have occurred since Trump has gotten back in office, which were all trending in a positive direction. So the premise that he's a businessman and he knows business, it's just not true.
When we talk about employment rate, what about his first presidency?
Employment rate was down under his first presidency as well.
I thought it was higher.
It was lower than it was under the Obama administration.
Okay, so I got that one wrong because I really thought it was higher.
And what's funny is like when Donald Trump inherited a booming economy in all sense of the word, because even he, after 2 months being in office.
After 2008 though?
Yes. You're thinking about 2008, but Donald Trump wasn't president until 2017.
Oh yeah.
Barack Obama inherited a shit show from Bush and had to completely turn around the economy. And so much so that we had record lows as far as gas prices, interest rates, unemployment, all this other stuff, right? And so when Donald Trump took over, he knew how successful the country currently was, that he held a press conference less than 2 months of being in office and said, oh, we have the best economy in the history of the world because of me, which he had only been there for 2 months and he hadn't done anything. Did you know that for the first 2 years, Donald Trump didn't implement any type of policy that would affect the economy in any way? He didn't pass any type of legislation that would positively or negatively benefit or impact the economy. Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But then he signed the BBB. I'm sorry, not the BBB, but the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act after 2 years. And then the economy started to take a dip. And if it wasn't for COVID, then it would have been even more noticeable. Prior to Donald Trump, prior to COVID, Donald Trump, the actual job market was already on the decline. Like we were already losing jobs prior to the start of COVID. And so the point that I'm trying to get across is that like Donald Trump didn't do anything to benefit the economy. He was riding off Obama's economy. And then when he passed the TCJA, that's when we started to see the negative impact, but he got coverage because of COVID. And people believed that like, oh, he was just so great. He literally wasn't able to do anything, including like the border. He was fighting for his life when it came to the border wall, so much so that he was begging Congress for funds for the border wall. And if it wasn't for Title 42, he would not have been able to actually get any type of traction when it came to stopping immigration into the southern border.
Oh, yeah. No, I can agree with that 100%.
Okay. So I guess I'm gonna land it here because I appreciate you. I feel like there's a lot that needs to be said and a lot that needs to be done. And I think, supporting him, especially when it comes to the way that he's negatively impacting farmers, like it's just negligence at this point. So anyway, Dodge, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to drop you down.
Okay, well, thank you. Hey, I just want to say you've been a great host. Most hosts are not respectful and they just start a yelling debate. I'm not for that.
Yeah.
I like to just have a normal conversation, and I think we did. We're both respectful to one another. Even though our beliefs are different, we can sit here and have a conversation, No,
I agree. And see, I think the thing that a lot of people miss is like, I think most Americans want what's best for the people. and oftentimes we disagree as far as like the best route to get there. But I do think that finding an actual consensus and premise as far as like how do we do what's best for Americans is a good thing. I think that like having these conversations and also going over the facts is important, but I think we all want the end result at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, what I just want America to be all right.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be under his leadership, but I get you. Anyway, Dodge, I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks, sir.
All right, have a good one. W's in the chat for the YouTube chat. They got over 400 likes. I'm going to have to start pushing YouTube next time. You guys are awesome. W's in the chat for Philip. Philip sent a $5 super chat and say, conspiracy about profits, government, and government care for the people. I don't know what's happening. W's in the chat for Philip though. Guys, we have officially been on for 3 hours, 59 minutes and 12 seconds. That's where we are. So 4 hours is cutoff time. So with that being said, I know there's a bunch of people in the box, but we're going to call it. I can't, I don't know if I'll be back later or not because, so I'll tell you guys this. My wife and I, we went to the dispensary yesterday. And after I got off live, I went and hung out with Dean for a while. And after I got off live, we had a drink and it was a really good night. But I got to text Joey back. Joey and I are gonna, if you guys know Joey and I are gonna go hang out. And he got his mom to make me some tamales. So I'm gonna go, I got to text Joey and then the wife and I are gonna go hang out with Joey. I don't know if I'll be back later or not, but I don't know. We'll see. You're jealous? Don't be. All right, guys, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's hit it.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey.
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air.
Guys, that was in the chat for Philip. Philip said, sorry, that was meant to say companies. Companies about profit. I'm assuming you're saying lie about profits and government care for the people. Absolutely. I get what you were trying to say, Philip. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Philip. Guys, this is an awesome live. We got some pretty good debates. We didn't have to hit a restart because we were able to continue to get enough debates. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone being here. Last call for alcohol. Make sure if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Follow the backup account as well. YouTube, before you guys leave, make sure you hit that like button. Give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up the live. It'll really help it out if you do so before you leave. Guys, we're going to get out of here. I appreciate each and every one of you hanging out with me today. It was freaking awesome. I love you all so much. I do. Guys, thank you for the taps, the gifts, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being amazing. I love you all so much. And as always, peace.